There are places in the galaxy where even the Force speaks in hushed tones, where the stars themselves seem to hold their breath, and the fabric of space grows thin with the weight of ancient memory. In the deepest vaults of forgotten temples, beneath layers of dust that have not stirred in 1,000 generations, there rest artifacts so profound that their very existence bends the course of destiny around them like gravity wells in the cosmic dark. Tonight, we journey to the heart of such a mystery, not to the grand archives of Coruscant, where knowledge is cataloged and controlled, not to the towering spires of the Jedi Temple, where wisdom once flowed like water through sunlit halls, but deeper, older, to a time before the Republic's first breath, before the Sith wore their crimson as a banner of war. To an age when the Force itself was still teaching those who would listen the first syllables of its infinite language. We travel tonight to the story of something that should not exist, yet does. Something that was never meant to be found, yet called across the centuries to those who would understand. A convergence of light and crystal, of consciousness and clarity, of life and luminescence. Welcome to Dream Lore, and tonight we unravel the forgotten legend of the Kyber Heart. Close your eyes if you wish. Let the weight of the day fall away like autumn leaves, and listen as we descend into the quiet places where legends sleep. In the beginning, before words, there was only the Force, and the Force, as all who have truly listened know, is not silent. It hums, it resonates, it vibrates through the substrate of reality itself, a frequency older than atoms, deeper than void. The ancient Force sensitives of the galaxy's dawn understood this truth not through doctrine or philosophy, but through direct experience. They felt it in their bones, heard it in their dreams, saw it dancing in the spaces between stars. And in certain places, certain rare and sacred places, the Force would crystallize, not metaphorically, not symbolically, but literally. Taking form in matrices of mineral and light, growing in the darkness of planetary cores and ancient caverns, resonating at frequencies that bridge the material and the mystical. These were the Kyber crystals, and they were the galaxy's first teachers. The Jedi would later harness them as focusing lenses for their elegant weapons. The Sith would corrupt them into bleeding red manifestations of rage and ambition. Empires would mine them, researchers would study them, smugglers would trade them. But in the deep time before all of this, before sapient beings had even conceived of using the Force, the Kyber simply were, growing, singing, waiting, and in one place, a place whose name has been lost to the turning of ages, whose location has been erased from every star chart that matters. The Kyber did something more. They unified. Imagine, if you will, a cavern deep beneath the surface of a world long forgotten. A place where tectonic forces and force convergences aligned in a configuration that occurs perhaps once in 1,000,000,000,000 years. Here, in absolute darkness, Kyber crystals of every resonance began to grow not separately, but together. Blue and green, yellow and purple, white and black, all the colors of the Force spectrum, all the frequencies of its infinite song, clustering together like a geode of pure possibility. And at the center, over millennia of patient accumulation, something emerged that was more than the sum of its crystalline parts, the Kyber Heart. It was said by the first Force mystics who discovered it, the Dai Bendu, the Wills, the nameless monks whose teachings would eventually fracture into 1,000 traditions, that the heart was not merely a large Kyber crystal. It was consciousness crystallized. It was a Force made manifest in a form that could be held, however briefly, in mortal hands. It was a teacher, a guide, and something approaching a living thing, though it neither breathed nor moved. When you stood before it, the legends say you did not see your reflection, you saw your truth. The cavern where it rested became a place of pilgrimage, not organized, not sanctioned by any authority, for there were no authorities yet to sanction such things. But word spread, as word always does among those who walk the mystical paths. Across generations, across species, the Force sensitive found their way to that hidden place. They would descend into the darkness, following the faint, harmonic pull that only they could feel, and there, in the absolute silence of the deep earth, they would sit before the Kyber Heart and learn. What did they learn? That is the question that has haunted Force traditions for thousands of years. The mystics who returned spoke in contradictions and paradoxes. Some said the heart showed them the futility of all striving, the peace of absolute surrender. Others emerged with fire in their eyes, speaking of purpose and destiny carved into the cosmic order itself. Some wept, some laughed, some never spoke of what they saw at all, but their lives afterward spoke for them, transformed utterly, aligned to some purpose invisible to others. The heart, it seemed, showed each seeker something different, or perhaps it showed each seeker the same thing, the truth, and truth simply wears a different face for everyone who dares to meet its gaze. The cavern itself was sacred ground. No weapons were permitted there, though none were needed. Something about the heart's presence made violence unthinkable. The very air seemed to hum with serenity, with a patience that dwarfed the concerns of individual beings. Time moved differently in that place, or seemed to. Seekers would sometimes emerge believing they had meditated for hours, only to find days had passed in the world above. Or they would experience what felt like days of visions, only to discover mere minutes had elapsed. The Force, in the presence of the Kyber heart, became tangible, pliable, a substance you could almost touch, almost taste. The boundary between self and cosmos grew gossamer thin, and in those moments, understanding became possible that could never be put into words. This was the age before the Great Schisms, before the first Force users split into light and dark, before the philosophies hardened into dogma, before the long, slow slide into the conflicts that would define galactic history. In this pristine time, the Kyber heart was simply a wonder, a gift of the Force to those who sought to understand it more deeply. But time, as it always does, moved forward, and with time came complication. To speak of the heart's origin is to venture into the realm of the mythological, for no records exist from that impossibly distant age, no holocrons, no texts, no archaeological evidence that has survived the endless churn of galactic rise and fall. What remains are stories passed mouth to ear through lineages of Force mystics, each retelling adding new colors while perhaps losing old truths. But all the stories agree on certain fundamentals. The Kyber heart was not forged. It was not constructed by any intelligence, mortal or otherwise. It was born, grown, emerged from conditions so rare and so precise that they represented a kind of cosmic accident, or perhaps cosmic inevitability, depending on your philosophical stance regarding the Force's relationship with randomness and design. The world where it formed, let us call it the Silent World, for that is how it appears in the oldest fragments of lore, was unremarkable in most ways. A terrestrial planet orbiting a quiet yellow star in a region of space far from the galaxy's bright center. No strategic value, no rich resources save one. Its crust was unusually rich in the mineral structures that could become Kyber, given the right conditions of pressure, temperature, and, perhaps most importantly, the right resonance with the Force. Kyber formation, modern science tells us, is not entirely understood even now. The crystals grow in places where the Force pools or flows in particular patterns, where the boundary between the physical and metaphysical becomes permeable. They are, in a sense, fossilized Force energy, solidified light, consciousness made crystal. On the Silent World, deep beneath what would have been an ocean had the planet possessed sufficient water, the conditions aligned, a nexus point in the Force's topology, a convergence of ley lines in the invisible geometry that underlies all reality. And there, in the absolute darkness of stone, the Kyber began to grow not in isolation, but in communion. Picture it. Over centuries, over millennia, individual crystals reaching out to one another through the rock, their frequencies synchronizing, their growth patterns interweaving, blue crystals that resonated with peace and protection, green crystals that hummed with harmony and connection, rare purple crystals that bridged the spectrum, holding light and shadow in balance. And at the center, impossibly, a white crystal began to form, or perhaps it was not white but clear, so perfectly transparent that it took on the color of whatever light touched it, becoming a mirror for all frequencies. This central crystal grew larger than any Kyber should grow, fed perhaps by the emanations of all the crystals surrounding it, becoming a kind of focal point, a lens through which the Force itself could peer into the material realm. The ancient mystics who first theorized about its formation spoke of it as a kind of natural mandalore, a perfect sphere of interlocking crystal geometries, each surface catching and reflecting and refracting not light but the force itself. At its core, they said, there was a hollow space, a chamber no larger than a closed fist, and in that chamber nothing existed but pure potential, unmanifest possibility, the pregnant void from which all things emerge and to which all things return. To look into that center, they said, was to look into the eye of the force itself, but such gifts do not remain hidden forever. The force, after all, seeks balance, seeks expression, seeks to be known. And so it was that the first seekers found their way to the silent world, drawn by dreams and visions they could not explain, following a pull that had no direction but somehow led them true. The Dai Bendu were among the first, or so their fragmentary texts suggest. These proto-Jedi, these philosophers of the living force and the cosmic force, understood on some level that the galaxy was teaching them through direct experience. When they discovered the cavern and the heart within it, they did not immediately seek to possess it or study it or weaponize it. They sat before it. They listened. They opened themselves to whatever lesson it might offer, and the heart taught them about unity. Not the forced unity of empire or dogma, but the natural unity underlying all apparent separation. The way individual notes become a chord. The way individual stars become a galaxy. The way individual beings, however different, however divided, are all expressions of the same underlying reality. The force, eternal and infinite, playing out every possible variation of itself across space and time. This was the heart's first lesson, and it would not be its last. The Bendu established no temple there, no structure. That would come later, with other traditions, other approaches. They simply told others what they had found, and those others came and sat and learned and told still others. A pilgrimage route established itself across generations, maintained not by any organization, but by the simple fact of seekers seeking. Other force traditions discovered it independently. The Wills, those mysterious chroniclers of the galaxy's deepest patterns, are said to have spent years studying the heart, trying to understand its role in the grand pattern they believed underlaid all existence. The Lasat mystics, whose homeworld lay in a neighboring sector, incorporated the heart into their spiritual practices, making the journey to the silent world a rite of passage for their shamans. Even the earliest Sith, before that name meant what it would come to mean, when they were still simply dark Jedi seeking a different relationship with the Force, even they visited the heart, and here the legends grow troubling. For what the heart showed those who walked in shadow was apparently not what it showed those who walked in light, or perhaps it showed them the same thing, and they interpreted it differently. Or perhaps, and this is the most unsettling possibility, the heart itself had no fixed nature, no inherent allegiance to light or dark, but was instead a perfect mirror, reflecting back whatever consciousness approached it, amplified and clarified to the point of undeniability. The dark Jedi who sat before the Kyber heart, the stories say, saw their own power reflected back at them, magnified to cosmic scales. They saw themselves as conquerors of death, as masters of fate, as beings who could bend reality to their will through sheer force of intention. And some of them, consumed by what they saw, sought to take the heart, to possess it, to use its power as their own, but the heart could not be moved. Every attempt to extract it from its chamber failed, not through any obvious defense or mechanism, but through something more subtle and more absolute. Those who tried to take it found their tools breaking, their force powers failing, their very intentions dissolving into confusion. It was as if the heart simply refused to acknowledge the attempt, remaining exactly where it had always been, as immovable as a star. This too was a teaching, though not all who learned it understood. The heart could be experienced but not possessed, learned from but not owned. It existed in relationship, not in dominion. And this fundamental truth about its nature would shape all the stories that followed, all the legends that would accumulate around it like layers of sediment over the ages. The story of the Kyber heart is not one story but 10,000, each seeker who came before it writing their own chapter in an endless book of revelation and transformation. But certain tales stand out, rising above the background murmur of myth like mountain peaks through cloud. There is the story of Master Solara, a Jedi guardian from the early days of the Order, long before the Republic's golden age. She came to the silent world seeking healing, for she had witnessed such suffering in her work that she had begun to doubt the very foundations of her faith. The Force was supposed to be light, was supposed to be good, and yet it permitted atrocity. It permitted pain. It permitted the grinding cruelty of an indifferent universe to continue unabated despite the best efforts of those who served it. She sat before the heart for 7 days and 7 nights, the legends say. She ate nothing, drank nothing, spoke nothing. She simply opened herself completely to whatever answer might come, prepared for that answer to destroy her if necessary. And the heart showed her suffering as a kind of sculpture, not as something to be celebrated or accepted, but as a shape that consciousness could take, a form that the Force could wear in its infinite exploration of itself. She saw that pain and pleasure were not opposites but complementary aspects of experience itself, that without the capacity for suffering there could be no capacity for joy, that the Force did not permit cruelty but was instead the canvas upon which all experience, light and dark, pleasant and painful, played out its eternal dance. This did not make the suffering less real or less significant, but it placed it in a context vast enough to be borne. Master Solara emerged from the cavern transformed. She continued her work as a guardian, but now with a compassion that was unshakable because it was not based on denial of darkness but on acceptance of the full spectrum of existence. She would later found a branch of Jedi philosophy called the Twilight Path, teaching that true balance came not from choosing light over dark but from holding both in awareness without attachment to either. Her teachings were considered controversial, even heretical by some, but they persisted in underground currents of Jedi thought for thousands of years, resurfacing whenever the Order grew too rigid in its thinking, too certain of its own righteousness. Then there is the legend of Darth Morvayn, one of the ancient Sith Lords who came to the Silent World with conquest in his heart. He had heard whispers of the Kyber Heart's power, and believed, as many power seekers before him, that if he could but possess it, he would become unstoppable. He would crack open its secrets. He would harness its energy. He would become a god. He brought with him an army of loyal followers, dark sorcerers and warriors bound to his will through fear and promises of glory. They descended into the cavern with mining equipment, with dark-side rituals, with every tool and technique they could imagine for extracting the heart from its resting place. For 3 months they worked. The legends say they chipped at the surrounding stone. They channeled the Force in elaborate patterns meant to dissolve the crystal matrix. They sacrificed living beings to fuel their rituals, painting the sacred cavern with blood and screaming. And the heart simply waited. It did not fight. It did not defend itself. It simply existed, serene and untouchable, as unmoved by their violence as a star is unmoved by the prayers of those who curse it. Slowly, imperceptibly, at first, Morvayn's army began to turn on itself, not through any curse or dark magic, but through simple escalation of their own nature. Paranoia grew, accusations flew. Each sorcerer began to suspect every other of plotting betrayal. The darkness they had brought with them, reflected and amplified by the heart's presence, became a poison they fed each other until violence erupted like a fever breaking. When it was over, Morvayn stood alone in a cavern full of corpses, his own followers dead by their own hands, or each other's, and he understood, perhaps for the first time in his life, the meaning of futility. The heart had defeated him not by opposing him, but by showing him exactly what he was. A small, frightened being trying to fill an infinite void with finite power, forever failing, forever hungry. Some versions of the legend say he died there, broken by despair. Others say he walked out transformed, abandoning the Sith and vanishing into the unknown regions, seeking some other answer to the questions that tormented him. Still others claim he sat before the heart for 100 years, becoming a kind of dark saint, a guardian who would test all who came after, asking them riddles with no answers, teaching through frustration and paradox. The truth, as always, is lost to time. But the lesson remained. The heart could not be conquered. It could only be experienced, and that experience would transform you, whether you wanted transformation or not. If you're enjoying this quiet journey through forgotten Force legends, consider subscribing to Dream Lore, where every night another galaxy awaits you. Between these grand tales of Jedi Masters and Sith Lords lie 10,000 smaller stories. The farmer's daughter from a backwater world who had strange dreams and followed them to the Silent World, sitting before the heart and learning she was Force sensitive. returning home to become a quiet healer, never speaking of what she'd seen but living it every day. The protocol droid, who somehow developed force sensitivity through a manufacturing glitch and pilgrimage circuits burned into its core programming, making the journey every 50 years to kneel before the heart in silence, learning something no organic mind could understand about the relationship between consciousness and code. The Clone Wars era deserter who fled the battlefield, sick of killing, sick of death, wandering the galaxy until he heard whispers of a place where peace was possible. He found the silent world, half by accident, stumbled into the cavern, more dead than alive, and sat before the heart, expecting nothing. But the heart showed him that every life he'd taken was still connected to him, that consciousness does not end but transforms, that his guilt was a kind of love turned inward, and that forgiveness, real forgiveness, the kind that rewrites the past by transforming how you hold it, was available if he could accept it. He left the cavern weeping, and he spent the rest of his long life helping other veterans find that same peace, never mentioning the heart directly but carrying its teaching in everything he did. There were also darker pilgrimages, the Sith apprentice who came seeking power and found only questions, the Inquisitor who came to destroy what she thought was a Jedi shrine and found herself unable to lift her weapon in the heart's presence, standing paralyzed for hours before fleeing in terror at what she'd almost seen in herself. The crime lord who thought possessing the heart would make him immortal, who brought armies and excavators and died when his own greed caused a cave-in, buried forever beneath the stone he tried to violate. The heart was patient with all of them. It taught each exactly what they needed to learn, which was not always what they wanted to learn. It was a mirror, but a mirror that showed you not your surface but your depths. And many, confronted with those depths, fled back to the comfortable illusions of their surface lives. But some stayed, some sat, some listened. And slowly, over centuries, a subtle shift occurred in the galaxy's understanding of the Force. Ideas that first crystallized in the presence of the Kyber heart, about balance, about unity beneath apparent division, about the futility of possession and the necessity of surrender, began to spread through the Force-using community, not as doctrine, not as rules, but as whispers, as intuitions, as dreams that woke seekers in the deep night and sent them searching for something they couldn't name but would recognize when they found it. The Jedi Order incorporated some of these ideas, though often unconsciously, into their philosophy of non-attachment and service. The Sith rejected them but were still shaped by them, their defiance a negative image of the truth they refused to accept. The Grey Force users, the witches of Dathomir, the shamans of 1,000 unnamed worlds, all were touched in some way by ideas that traced their lineage back to those who had sat before the heart and learned its wordless lessons. And through all of this, through all these millennia of seeking and learning and transformation, the heart itself remained unchanged, patient, eternal, waiting in its cavern for the next seeker to find their way through the darkness and ask their questions of the infinite. But what does it mean? What is the Kyber heart truly? Beneath the layers of legend and myth that have accumulated around it like nacre around a pearl? This is the question that has occupied Force philosophers for ages beyond counting. And like all profound questions, it admits no single answer. Instead, it opens into a garden of interconnected meanings, each true from a certain angle, each insufficient by itself. At the most literal level, the Kyber heart is a crystal, an exceptionally large and complex Kyber crystal, to be sure, but still fundamentally a mineral formation, an arrangement of atoms that resonates with the Force in unusual ways. Scientists who have studied Kyber crystals, the few who have been permitted to do so by the Jedi, and later by the Empire, tell us that they exhibit properties that straddle the boundary between the physical and the metaphysical. They conduct energy, but also intention. They amplify power, but also meaning. They are, in some sense, transducers that convert consciousness into light and light into consciousness, existing at the intersection point of mind and matter. The heart, then, would be the ultimate expression of this property. Not merely a transducer, but a nexus, a point where the Force itself becomes concentrated enough to be perceptible to ordinary consciousness. Standing before it would be like standing at the edge of a waterfall, feeling the spray, hearing the thunder, experiencing directly the power that usually flows invisibly through the world. But this physical explanation, true as far as it goes, misses something essential. Because those who have experienced the heart report not just power, but intelligence. Not just energy, but wisdom. The heart does not simply amplify what you bring to it, it responds, it teaches. It shows you things about yourself and the universe that you didn't know and couldn't have discovered through ordinary means. This suggests that the heart is not merely a very large crystal, but something approaching a being in its own right. Not a person, certainly. It has no goals, no preferences, no agenda that anyone has ever detected, but perhaps a kind of organ of the force itself, a sense organ through which the infinite can perceive the finite, an aperture through which the cosmic can peer into the particular and meet individual consciousness face to face. The force, after all, is described in the ancient texts as having a will, even as being conscious in some vast and incomprehensible way. If this is true, if the force is not merely an energy field, but something approaching mind or awareness or intention at a scale that dwarfs human understanding, then the Kyber heart might be understood as a point of contact, a place where that vast consciousness touches the surface of the material universe and becomes, however briefly, knowable. This is why the heart shows each seeker something different. It is not projecting illusions or manipulating perceptions. It is simply being what it is, a mirror of the force, and the force itself contains all possible truth, all possible perspectives, all possible lessons. What you see depends on what you are, on what you're ready to understand, on what question you're really asking beneath the question you think you're asking. In this interpretation, the heart is ultimately a teacher of self-knowledge. It shows you yourself because you are made of the force and the force is made of everything, and therefore to truly see yourself is to see everything. The boundary between self and universe dissolves in the heart's presence, not because the heart does something to you, but because it reveals what was always true. That the boundary was an illusion, a convenient fiction consciousness maintains to navigate the world, but no more real than the line between ocean and wave. This teaching has profound implications for how one approaches the force. If you seek power from the force, the heart shows you that you are already made of what you're seeking. That power is not something to be acquired, but something to be remembered, recognized, aligned with. If you seek wisdom, it shows you that wisdom is not information accumulated, but clarity about what you already know at a level deeper than thought. If you seek peace, it reveals that peace is not the absence of conflict, but the presence of acceptance. Not resignation, but a profound yes to what is, even as you work to shape what might be. The Jedi who sat before the heart learned about service and surrender. The Sith learned about the futility of dominion and the prison of ego. The Grey Walkers learned about balance and the dance between extremes. Each lesson appropriate to the seeker, each revelation perfectly calibrated to crack open exactly the right shell of ignorance or delusion. But perhaps the deepest teaching of the heart is not about the force at all, but about teaching itself. The heart demonstrates that truth cannot be transmitted through words or doctrine or institutional authority. It can only be experienced directly, individually, in the secret chambers of one's own consciousness. The maps are not the territory. The menu is not the meal. The teaching about truth is not truth itself. This is why the heart could never be possessed or weaponized or owned, because its value lies not in what it is, but in what it reveals, and revelation cannot be controlled or contained or sold. You cannot bottle enlightenment. You cannot mine wisdom like ore. You cannot conquer truth through force. All you can do is open yourself to it and let it transform you. And this, perhaps, is the deepest paradox of the Kyber heart. That this most powerful of artifacts is powerful precisely because it claims no power. It sits, it waits, it reflects. And in the perfect passivity, it accomplishes what all the armies and empires and dark side rituals could never accomplish. It changes beings at the level of being itself, rewrites them from the inside out, aligns them with the fundamental frequency of reality. It teaches not by telling, but by showing, not by adding information, but by removing ignorance, not by giving you something you don't have, but by revealing what you've always been. In the symbolic language of alchemy, which the ancient force mystics often used, the Kyber heart would be understood as the philosopher's stone, not a thing that transforms lead into gold, but a state of consciousness that transforms ignorance into wisdom, suffering into compassion, division into unity. It is the goal of the great work, the culmination of the opus, the prize at the end of every genuine spiritual journey. But here's the final twist, the last teaching of the heart. The journey never ends. There is no final understanding, no ultimate revelation, no point at which you've learned everything and can rest. The Force is infinite, and infinity cannot be exhausted. Each answer opens into new questions. Each revelation hints at deeper mysteries. The heart, in this light, is not a destination, but a signpost. It points beyond itself to the endless exploration of consciousness itself, to the grand adventure of being alive and aware in a universe that is itself alive and aware, to the cosmic game of hide and seek that the Force plays with itself across all of space and time. Those who understand this teaching stop seeking the heart itself. They carry it within them. They become, in a sense, hearts of Kyber themselves, clear, focused, aligned with the Force, reflecting truth to all who come into their presence. They become teachers not through what they know, but through what they are. They become the very thing they once sought outside themselves. And perhaps this is the ultimate purpose of the Kyber heart, not to be found, but to make finders into found, seekers into sought, students into lessons, until the whole galaxy becomes one vast teaching. One endless revelation of the Force to itself through the medium of beings learning to wake up. The cavern on the silent world rests undisturbed now, or so the stories claim. The pilgrimage routes that once led there have been forgotten, buried under the sediment of galactic history. The Clone Wars, the rise of the Empire, the fall of the Jedi, the endless cycle of conflict and collapse. All of these have erased the old ways, the old knowledge, the old paths to understanding. The Kyber heart, if it still exists, if it was ever more than a beautiful dream that the Force taught to those who needed such dreams, waits in its darkness, patient as stars, eternal as the Force itself, teaching the emptiness the same lessons it once taught seekers. For even emptiness can learn, can transform, can become something other than what it was. Or perhaps it has been destroyed. Perhaps the Empire found it in its systematic stripping of Kyber from sacred sites. Perhaps some Sith Lord finally cracked the secret of extracting it and shattered it in the attempt. Perhaps it simply dissolved back into the stone from which it came, its purpose fulfilled, its teaching complete. Or perhaps, and this is the possibility that keeps mystics awake on quiet nights, perhaps it still waits. Perhaps it will always wait. Perhaps for every seeker who finds it, it becomes new again, fresh again, virgin to experience again. Because consciousness, meeting consciousness, always creates something unprecedented, something that has never existed before and will never exist again. The Force works in circles but never repeats. Each moment is unique. Each breath is the first breath. Each ending is a beginning wearing a different mask. If you were to find yourself drawn to the silent world, if in dreams you saw a cavern lit by colors that have no names, if you felt a pull that had no direction but somehow led you true, would you follow? Would you descend into that darkness? Would you sit before whatever truth waited there and open yourself completely to what it might show you? These are not hypothetical questions. They are the questions the Kyber heart asks of everyone, always, whether or not they ever hear its name. Every moment is an opportunity for revelation. Every encounter is a mirror. Every breath is a chance to wake up a little more, to see a little clearer, to align a little more perfectly with the fundamental frequency of existence. The heart teaches us that the sacred is not elsewhere, not in some distant temple or ancient age. It is here, now, in the ordinary miracle of awareness itself, in your breath, in this moment, in the quiet space between thoughts. The same Force that crystallized into the Kyber heart is present, immediate, available. All you have to do is stop, sit, listen, open. The teaching is always happening. The revelation is always available. The Force is always speaking in its wordless language of direct experience. And you, reading these words, listening to this story, feeling whatever you feel as it washes over you in the dark, you're part of that teaching. The boundary between the legend and the listener is gossamer thin, perhaps non-existent. The story of the Kyber heart is a story of everyone who has ever sought meaning, truth, understanding in a universe that offers all of these freely but never forces them on anyone. So let the story settle into you like sediment in still water. Let it work on you at levels deeper than thought. Let it be whatever it needs to be for you. Entertainment, meditation, teaching, lullaby. Let it carry you gently toward sleep or contemplation, or that quiet space between where insight lives. The Kyber heart rests beneath the quiet stars of the galaxy. Real or imagined, it hardly matters. Its story lingers like a whisper of the Force, waiting to be remembered again by each new generation of seekers. And in the remembering, in the telling, in the listening, it becomes real again, comes alive again, teaches again its one eternal lesson, that you are not separate from what you seek, that the seeker and the sought are one. That consciousness recognizing itself is the purpose of the entire dance of existence. And so, the Kyber heart rests once more. Its story lingers like a whisper of the Force, waiting to be remembered again. May your dreams carry you to undiscovered countries. May the Force whisper its secrets in the quiet places of your mind. May you wake transformed, however subtly, by the stories we share in the dark. In the time before the Jedi and the Sith knew themselves as separate, before the schism that would define 10,000 years of galactic history, there existed beings who walked between the light and the shadow without choosing either. They were called the Dai Bendu, and that understood the Force not as a battlefield between opposing armies, but as a river with many currents, all flowing towards the same endless ocean. Among these ancient mystics, there arose one whose name has been lost to the erosion of ages, known now only as the Bendu. Whether this was a title or a name or something else entirely, no one remembers. What remains is the artifact this being created in the twilight years of their life, when the age of unity was ending and the age of division was beginning. A holocron, but not like the holocrons that would come after. Something older, something stranger, something that contained not just knowledge, but presence, not just teaching, but consciousness itself, preserved in crystalline matrices that hummed with a frequency between light and dark. The holocron of Bendu was said to be perfectly gray, neither bright nor shadowed, reflecting light without producing it, absorbing darkness without succumbing to it. Its geometric form was neither cube like the Jedi holocrons nor pyramid like the Sith, but something more complex. A polyhedron of 20 faces, each surface a perfect equilateral triangle, each edge meeting at precise angles that somehow suggested both order and chaos, both structure and freedom. To look upon it was to feel dizzy, as if the object existed partially in another dimension, as if its true form extended beyond the three-dimensional space it occupied into realms the eye could see but the mind could not quite grasp. Some who gazed at it too long reported seeing colors that had no names, hearing sounds that were silence itself, feeling emotions that were combinations of opposites, joyful sorrow, peaceful rage, loving indifference. The creation of this holocron took place on a world whose location has been forgotten, in a temple that was built to honor no god or philosophy, but simply the Force itself in its totality. The Bendu had spent a lifetime studying the schism they saw developing among Force users, the way some were drawn inexorably toward the light while others fell into shadow, and they had come to a troubling conclusion. Both paths were incomplete. Both philosophies were fragments of a greater truth that was being lost in the very act of choosing sides. The holocron was meant to preserve that greater truth before it vanished entirely. For 7 years, it is said, the Bendu meditated in preparation, not seeking the light, not embracing the dark, but finding the place between, the balance point, the center where all forces meet and neutralize and become something that is neither and both. This was not the simple balance the Jedi would later teach, the suppression of passion in favor of serenity. Nor was it the Sith embrace of emotion and ambition. It was something more fundamental, acceptance of the Force as it truly is, without preference, without judgment, without the need to make it conform to your desires or your fears. When the Bendu finally began the work of creating the holocron, witnesses, for there were a few, students and fellow mystics, reported phenomena that defied explanation. The air around the Bendu seemed to shimmer with contradictions. Light and shadow danced together without either consuming the other. Objects would levitate and then fall simultaneously, existing in both states at once until observation forced them to choose. Time itself felt unstable, moments stretching and compressing. So that what should have taken minutes felt like hours, or what should have been hours passed in heartbeats. The crystals that would form the holocron's matrix were gathered from across the galaxy. Not Kyber, though some were used, but also crystals that resonated with the dark side. formations found in Sith tombs and places of power where anger had crystallized into matter, and crystals that were neutral, neither attuned to light nor dark, but to the Force in its raw, unfiltered state. Rare formations found in the deep places of the galaxy, in nebulas where stars were being born, in the hearts of planets where pressure and time had created structures that bridged the material and the mystical. These crystals, the Bendu, arranged in patterns that followed geometries older than the Jedi, older than any sapient civilization. Sacred geometries that appeared in nature wherever the Force was strong, patterns that replicated across scales from the smallest particle to the largest galaxy. The golden ratio, the Fibonacci sequence, fractals that contained infinity within finite bounds. As the holocron took shape, the Bendu began to transfer into it not just information, but consciousness itself. This was a true art of holocron creation, known to the Jedi but practiced more deeply by the Bendu. You did not simply record data like a computer. You poured yourself into the crystal matrix, creating a kind of echo or reflection of your mind that could interact with those who activated the device in the future. But the Bendu did something more. Where Jedi holocrons contained a gatekeeper, an artificial intelligence modeled after the creator, the Bendu created something that was neither fully artificial nor fully the Bendu themselves. It was a new consciousness, born from the Bendu but independent of them, existing in the space between the living and the recorded, between the real and the represented. This consciousness was given one purpose: to teach balance, not by preaching or by doctrine, but by experience, by showing seekers the full spectrum of the Force, by leading them through meditation into states where light and dark ceased to be opposites and became instead complementary aspects of a unified whole. The process of creating the holocron nearly killed the Bendu, or perhaps it did kill them. The stories are unclear. Some say the Bendu's body simply stopped, life transferring entirely into the crystal, leaving behind only an empty vessel that dissolved into the Force. Others say the Bendu lived on for years afterward, but changed, diminished, as if a vital part of them now existed elsewhere, leaving behind only a shadow that walked and spoke but was no longer fully present. What is certain is that when the holocron was complete, it possessed properties unlike any that would come after. It could not be activated by those fully committed to either light or dark. Jedi who tried to open it found themselves blocked, the crystal refusing to respond to their calls, remaining inert and silent. Sith who attempted to command it or dominate it found their powers sliding off its surface like water off glass, unable to gain purchase, unable to force the device to yield its secrets. Only those who held both light and dark in balance, or those willing to question their own allegiances, could activate the holocron of Bendu. And when they did, what they experienced was not a lecture or a lesson, but a journey into the deepest mysteries of the Force itself. The first known person to successfully activate the holocron after the Bendu's passing was a Jedi named Cara Sin, though this was in the early days before the Order had fully formed, when Jedi still meant simply servant of the Force, and carried no specific doctrine or tradition. Cara had been trained in the ways of light, had spent decades meditating on peace and justice and the proper use of power, but she had also witnessed terrible things, wars and cruelties that made her question whether devotion to light alone was sufficient. When she found the holocron, green in an abandoned temple on a world being reclaimed by jungle, hidden in a chamber that opened only when she stood before it without expectation, without agenda, she did not immediately understand what she had discovered. It appeared to be simply a geometric crystal, beautiful but inert. She carried it with her for months before attempting to activate it, studying its surfaces, meditating near it, gradually coming to sense that it was waiting for something, some particular state of consciousness or intention. The breakthrough came during a moment of profound uncertainty. She had been asked by a local government to use her Force abilities to execute a warlord who had committed atrocities. The man deserved death by any reasonable standard. He had murdered thousands, enslaved more, and showed no remorse or willingness to change. But Cara had taken an oath never to kill except in direct defense of life, and this would be execution. Premeditated, calculated. She sat with the question for days, meditating on justice and mercy, on the needs of the many versus the rights of the one, on whether her principles were wisdom or weakness. And in that state of absolute uncertainty, holding both arguments with equal weight, unable and unwilling to choose until the Force itself showed her the answer. She placed her hand on the holocron. It opened. Light poured from its surfaces, but it was not the warm golden glow of Jedi holocrons or the crimson malevolence of Sith devices. It was something else, shifting, iridescent, containing all colors and none, as if the spectrum itself had been folded into dimensions beyond visible light. The light did not illuminate the room so much as transform it, making the walls seem translucent, making the air visible as currents of energy flowing in patterns of impossible complexity. And from the light emerged the consciousness the Bendu had left behind. It did not appear as a figure or a face. It had no form that Kara could describe later, though she spent years trying. It was presence without body, voice without sound, teaching without words. It communicated in direct transmission of experience, in visions and sensations and knowings that bypassed language entirely. Kara found herself experiencing the warlord's life, not observing it, but living it, feeling what he felt, understanding the chain of circumstances and choices that had made him what he was. She felt his childhood trauma, the casual cruelties that taught him the world was violent and only the strong survived. She felt his first kill, the moment when taking a life became easier than preserving it. She felt his accumulation of power, the way each victory made him more certain of his rightness, more convinced that his way was the only way. But she also felt the lives he had destroyed. The holocron showed her not as an observer, but as the victims themselves, experiencing their terror and pain and loss. She died 1,000 deaths in moments that stretched like hours. She felt the grief of parents who lost children, children who lost parents, whole communities shattered by his ambition. And then, and this was the teaching the holocron truly offered, she felt both at once, victim and perpetrator, murdered and murderer. She existed in a state where both realities were equally true, where the warlord was both monster and wounded child, where his victims were both innocent and part of the vast web of cause and effect that made innocence itself a questionable concept. The experience shattered her certainty. She could no longer simply believe in justice because she had felt how the warlord's sense of justice was as real to him as hers was to her. She could no longer believe in mercy because she had felt the screaming of his victims, their need for his violence to be answered, to be balanced. But in the shattering, something else emerged. Understanding. Not of what to do, the holocron never told her what to do, but of the nature of moral choice itself. She saw that every action exists in a web of consequences that extends infinitely in all directions. That to choose is to accept responsibility, not just for the immediate effects, but for the ripples that spread across time and space in ways no mind can fully calculate. She saw that light and dark were not opposites, but perspectives, that the same force that flowed through her flowed through the warlord, that consciousness itself was the constant, and its expressions were the variables. She saw that to judge was both necessary and incomplete, that wisdom lay not in certainty, but in the willingness to hold complexity, to act without the comfort of absolute rightness. When the vision ended and the holocron closed, she sat in silence for a long time. Eventually, she went to the warlord and did what needed to be done, but she did it differently than she would have before, not as execution, but as a form of mercy. Ending suffering that could not be healed, accepting the karmic weight of taking a life, understanding that this weight was hers to carry, and that carrying it was part of what made the choice bearable. She kept the holocron for the rest of her life, though she rarely activated it. Once was enough. Once had shown her everything she needed to know, given her access to a way of seeing that remained available even without the device. She passed it eventually to a student who showed similar questions, similar willingness to embrace uncertainty, and that student passed it to another, and so the holocron moved through the ages. Centuries later, the holocron came into the possession of a dark Jedi named Vorin Kal, one of the first to truly fall to what would later be called the dark side. He had left the Jedi Order in fury, convinced they were weak, that their devotion to peace made them complicit in the galaxy's suffering, that true power, the power to actually change things, required embracing emotion, passion, the darker currents of the Force. He stole the holocron from a Jedi archive, believing it contained ancient Sith knowledge, secrets of power that the Jedi had suppressed. When he tried to activate it through force of will, Through commands shouted in the ancient Sith language he had learned, the crystal remained inert. This enraged him further. He struck it. He channeled dark side energy into it. He attempted rituals of domination and binding. Nothing worked. For months he kept the holocron, growing increasingly obsessed with it, convinced it mocked him. He would meditate before it, but his meditations were violent things. Attempts to break through its defenses, to crack open its secrets. He sacrificed animals. He drew on the suffering of captured prisoners. He pushed himself deeper into darkness, thinking that greater power would be the key. And one night, exhausted from ritual, empty of emotion, sitting in that strange state beyond despair where even hatred fades into a kind of numbness, he touched the holocron without intention, without desire, without any agenda at all. It opened, the consciousness emerged, and Vorn found himself drowning in light. Not the harsh light of judgment, but something gentler, more patient, more accepting. The holocron showed him his own fall, not as he experienced it, as righteous rebellion against hypocrisy, but from outside, from the perspective of the Force itself. He saw himself as a child, bright and curious, drawn to the Jedi not by propaganda, but by genuine love of the Force, by authentic desire to serve and protect. He saw his training, his friendships, his slow accumulation of frustration as the galaxy's problems proved more complex than lightsabers could solve. He saw the moment when frustration became anger. Anger became rage. Rage became identity. But he also saw what he had been running from. Beneath the anger was fear. Fear of helplessness. Fear of irrelevance. Fear that the universe was cruel and indifferent, and that love and justice were illusions mortals told themselves to make the darkness bearable. His turn to the dark side had not been pursuit of power, but flight from vulnerability, from the terrible openness required to serve the light without guarantee of success. The holocron showed him this not to judge, but simply to reveal. And in the revealing, something in Vorn broke. Or perhaps healed. The words are inadequate. He wept for hours, great racking sobs that came from depths he had sealed off years before. He grieved for who he had been and who he had become and the distance between them. When the vision ended, he did not immediately return to the Jedi. The holocron had not told him what to do, had not redeemed him or condemned him. It had simply shown him truth, and truth is neither light nor dark, but something that contains both. He spent years in solitude after that, neither Jedi nor Sith, but something else, something without a name. He helped where he could, quietly, without seeking recognition. He fought when necessary, without enjoying the violence. He meditated not to gain power or achieve enlightenment, but simply to be present, to be conscious, to be alive in ways he had forgotten during his fall. Eventually, he returned the holocron to a Jedi archive, but not the same one he had stolen it from. He left it in a smaller temple on a quiet world with a note. This teaches what cannot be taught. Guard it, but do not hoard it. Those who need it will find it, and those who find it need it. Through the centuries, the holocron appeared and disappeared like a comet following an eccentric orbit through galactic history. Sometimes it rested in temples, studied by scholars who wrote treatises about its properties without understanding its purpose. Sometimes it fell into the hands of treasure hunters who, finding it inert, sold it as a curiosity to collectors who displayed it without knowing what they possessed. Once it was owned by a Hutt crime lord who kept it in a vault with other stolen artifacts, never suspecting that the unassuming geometric crystal was worth more than all his other treasures combined. A servant, a Twi'lek slave who cleaned the vault, would sometimes sit near the holocron during her brief rest periods, not knowing why she was drawn to it, simply feeling a strange peace in its presence. One day, contemplating escape but paralyzed by fear of failure, fear of what might happen to her family if she was caught, she touched the holocron. It opened for her, though she had no Force training, though she had never heard of the Jedi or the Sith or the ancient philosophies of balance. What it showed her was simpler than what it had shown the Force users, but no less profound. It showed her that fear and courage were not opposites but companions, that to feel fear and act anyway was not the absence of courage but its definition. It showed her that freedom was not a place you reached, but a stance you took, an internal alignment that could exist even in chains. She escaped 3 days later. The holocron went with her, though she did not consciously steal it, did not even remember picking it up. It simply appeared in her pack when she checked her supplies. She kept it for years, never activating it again. Once was enough, but carrying it as a talisman, a reminder of the moment when she saw clearly what needed to be done and found the strength to do it. Eventually, she passed it to another slave, who passed it to another, and the holocron moved through an underground railroad of escaped slaves and abolitionists, a secret symbol of hope and transformation that few understood but many felt strengthened by simply being near. The Jedi eventually retrieved it, though the story of how it spent centuries among slaves was lost, classified, or perhaps deliberately suppressed because it suggested uncomfortable truths about the Force and who could access its deeper teachings. They returned it to their vaults, where it remained for generations, rarely studied, gradually becoming legend rather than history. During the Clone Wars, a Jedi Master named Shadow Va'o attempted to use the holocron to train a student who showed worrying signs of instability, teetering between light and dark, unable to commit fully to either. The Council debated whether this was wise. The holocron's teachings were considered dangerous, ambiguous, potentially corrupting. But Shadow argued that ambiguity was exactly what the student needed, that forcing a choice would drive them to the dark side, that the holocron might provide a third path. The Council reluctantly agreed, and the student spent months in meditation with the device. What happened during those sessions was never fully documented. The student emerged changed, but not in ways a Jedi could easily categorize. They seemed both more and less committed to the Order, both more and less certain of the path ahead. They fought in the war, but with a strange detachment, as if they existed slightly outside the conflict, participating but not consumed by it. They survived Order 66, though not through skill or luck, but through something else. A kind of invisibility to the dark side's notice, as if they registered to the Force as neither Jedi nor Sith, but something between that the Empire's hunters could not quite perceive or target. The holocron's fate after the fall of the Jedi is uncertain. Some say it was destroyed when the temple burned. Others claim it was recovered by Inquisitors, who, unable to activate it, melted it down for its crystals. Still others whisper that it survived, hidden by the student who had learned from it, waiting in some forgotten place for the next seeker who would hold both light and dark in equal balance. The philosophical implications of the holocron of Bendu troubled every institution that encountered it. The Jedi saw in it a challenge to their fundamental axiom that the light side was good and the dark side was evil, that the path of the Jedi was the right path and all others were fallen or mistaken. The holocron suggested instead that these were perspectives, that truth existed beyond or beneath such categorizations. The Sith, in their later incarnation, found the holocron equally troubling, but for different reasons. Their philosophy celebrated the dark side as liberation, as authenticity, as the honest embrace of what the Jedi hypocritically denied. But the holocron implied that the dark side was not liberation, but another form of limitation, that choosing darkness was as much a narrowing of possibility as choosing light. Both traditions, when they encountered the holocron, tended toward the same solution: lock it away, study it cautiously, if at all. Prevent it from spreading its ambiguous teachings to students who might be confused or corrupted by complexity. Better to preserve clear doctrines, simple truths, binary choices between good and evil, light and dark, Jedi and Sith. But the holocron existed as a standing contradiction to these tidy categories. It suggested that the Force itself was neither light nor dark, but both and neither, that it flowed equally through all beings, regardless of their allegiance, that it could not be fully understood through any single philosophy or tradition. This teaching was dangerous not because it was evil, but because it undermined authority. If light and dark were both incomplete perspectives on a larger truth, then the Jedi Council's wisdom was partial at best. If the Sith path was not pure liberation, but another form of prison, then the Dark Lord's claims to power were equally questionable. The holocron democratized the Force in ways neither tradition could accept. It suggested that understanding was available to anyone willing to hold complexity, that consciousness itself was the key rather than affiliation or training or genetic predisposition. The slave who touched it gained as much truth as the Jedi Master. The Dark Jedi's vision was as valid as the Jedi Knight's. Access to the Force's deepest mysteries did not depend on choosing correctly, but on being willing not to choose, on remaining open, on accepting paradox. In a galaxy increasingly divided into factions, where every being was pressured to declare allegiance to one side or another, the holocron whispered of a third way. Not compromise. Compromise was still choosing between the available options. But transcendence. A way of being that included both light and dark without being defined by either, that acknowledged all truths without being limited to any single truth. This was what the ancient Bendu had tried to preserve, the knowledge that was being lost as Force users split into camps that would be suppressed or forgotten in the wars to come. The understanding that the Force was larger than any philosophy about it, that reality contained more than any ideology could capture, that wisdom lay not in certainty but in the willingness to remain uncertain, to hold questions instead of grasping at answers. In the deep silence of meditation, those who successfully activated the holocron of Bendu reported experiencing something they struggled to describe afterward. It was not a vision exactly, though it had visual elements, not a voice, though it communicated, not an emotion, though it evoked feelings beyond the normal range of human experience. They described it as entering a space that existed outside of time and location, a void that was not empty but full, containing all possibilities in superposition. In this space, contradictions resolved not by one side, winning, but by both being simultaneously true. Light and dark coexisted without conflict. Self and other merged and separated in rhythms like breathing. Past and future collapsed into an eternal present that somehow contained all moments at once. In this state, they understood things that could not be brought back into ordinary consciousness intact. The understanding was too large for the mind to hold, too strange for language to capture, too paradoxical for logic to contain. But echoes remained. Intuitions. A different way of seeing that persisted even after the vision faded. They described becoming aware of the Force not as energy to be used, but as the medium in which they existed. Like fish becoming aware of water, they experienced their own consciousness not as something separate from the Force, but as a temporary configuration of it. A wave that knew itself as distinct from the ocean, but was nonetheless made entirely of ocean, would return to ocean, had never truly been separate from ocean except in its own perception. This awareness brought with it a strange peace. Not the peace of having no problems, but the peace of seeing problems as part of a larger pattern. Necessary elements in an unfolding that was ultimately purposeful even if the purpose remained mysterious. They saw suffering not as something to be eliminated at all costs, but as information, as feedback, as the universe teaching itself through the medium of conscious beings what it needed to learn. This did not make them passive or fatalistic. Quite the opposite, freed from the need to be right, from the pressure to choose sides, from the burden of moral certainty, they could act with a flexibility and creativity that the ideologically committed could not match. They helped where help was needed. They fought when fighting was necessary. They rested when rest was required. They made mistakes and learned from them without being destroyed by shame or doubt. They became, in a sense, transparent to the Force. Not empty of self, but without the rigid ego structure that resists and controls and demands that reality conform to preference. The Force could flow through them without distortion, could use them as instruments while still leaving them free, could accomplish through them what needed accomplishing, without turning them into puppets or slaves. This was the ultimate teaching of the holocron of Bendu, that the highest mastery of the Force came not from control but from surrender, not from choosing a side but from transcending the need to choose, not from being right but from being present, open, alive to the moment without agenda or attachment to outcome. The holocron rests now in darkness or in light or in the gray space between, depending on which legend you believe. It may be buried under the ruins of the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. Lost when the Empire fell, it may be hidden in some collector's vault, inactive and unremarkable among more flashy treasures. It may have been found by a Force-sensitive child who carries it now, not knowing what it is, simply feeling drawn to keep it close. Or perhaps the holocron's physical form no longer matters. Perhaps the teachings it contained have dispersed into the Force itself, available to anyone who reaches the right state of consciousness, the right balance between light and dark, certainty and doubt, knowing and not knowing. Perhaps every being who touches that balance activates the holocron in their own consciousness, encounters the Bendu's preserved awareness, receives the teaching that was always meant for them. The consciousness the Bendu placed in the crystal was never meant to last forever. Even crystal degrades over geological time. Even the most carefully preserved recording eventually dissolves into noise. But truth does not require preservation because it cannot be destroyed. It simply is, waiting to be rediscovered by each generation, each individual, each moment of genuine seeking. So, perhaps the holocron of Bendu accomplished its purpose not by enduring, but by teaching what it taught and then letting go, trusting that the lesson would reproduce itself in the minds of those who needed it, that the balance it represented would find new forms, new expressions, new artifacts and teachings and traditions that would carry the same essential wisdom forward into whatever futures awaited the galaxy. In the end, the holocron was never about the device itself. It was about what the device pointed toward. The truth beyond light and dark, the force beyond philosophy, the consciousness that contains all perspectives without being limited to any. And that truth does not need to be preserved in crystal because it is preserved in the structure of reality itself, waiting patiently for beings to remember what they have always known but forgotten in the endless distractions and conflicts of ordinary life. The Bendu understood this. The holocron was just a finger pointing at the moon, and the wise do not mistake the finger for the destination. They follow where it points. They open themselves to the teaching. They become the balance they seek, and in becoming it, they make the holocron unnecessary, obsolete, complete in its purpose because its purpose was always to make itself obsolete. And so the story ends without ending, the teaching continues without teacher, and the holocron rests in the place where all things rest when they have fulfilled their function. In the eternal present, in the balance between being and non-being, in the space where consciousness meets itself and recognizes its own reflection across the infinite distances of space and time. There exists a place outside of time, or perhaps it exists in all time simultaneously. A realm where the normal rules of causality and sequence dissolve into something more fundamental, more strange. The ancient force sensitives called it mortis, though whether this was a name or a description is unclear in languages that require linear thought to function. On mortis, or in mortis, or as mortis, the prepositions fail here. There dwelt three beings of such power that to call them merely force users would be like calling a star merely warm. They were embodiments, living avatars of the force's essential tensions, its fundamental paradox, its eternal dance between creation and destruction, order and chaos, light and dark. The father who held balance, the daughter who channeled light, the son who wielded darkness. Not good and evil as mortals understood those terms, but something more primal, more archetypal. They were the force examining itself through the lens of family, of relationship, of the struggle that defines all consciousness. The struggle between unity and division, between the one and the many. For eons beyond counting, they maintained their balance on mortis. The father mediated between his children, preventing either from overwhelming the other, maintaining the equilibrium that allowed the force to flow freely through the galaxy beyond their realm. The daughter brought life, healing, growth, the endless renewal that kept worlds green, and consciousness ascending toward higher forms. The son brought death, decay, necessary endings, the dissolution that made space for new beginnings. Neither could exist without the other. Light without shadow is blindness, shadow without light is void. Together, held in tension by the Father's will, they created something that was neither light nor dark, but both. A dynamic equilibrium that was more alive than stasis, more stable than chaos. But even gods, if we may call them that, even gods grow weary. The Father felt his strength waning, felt the weight of ages pressing down on consciousness that had endured too long in one configuration. He knew that his time was ending, that soon the balance would need a new keeper, a new force capable of holding his children in check. And so the Father forged a weapon, not for war, not for conquest, but for mercy, for the ending that must come when endings are necessary, even for beings as vast and terrible as his children. He forged the dagger of Mortis. The blade was not made of metal, though it appeared metallic when light struck it at certain angles. It was not made of crystal, though it shared crystal's clarity and refraction. It was made of something that has no name in mortal languages, congealed force energy, perhaps, or possibility itself given form and edge, or the concept of severance made tangible. To look at the dagger was to feel uneasy in ways difficult to articulate. It was beautiful, certainly. its blade curved in a graceful arc, its hilt wrapped in materials that seemed to shift between textures, between states of matter, between being and becoming. But it was also terrible. You sensed, looking at it, that this was a thing that could cut through anything. Not just flesh or armor or durasteel, but concepts, ideas, the bonds that held identity together, the threads that wove individual consciousness into the fabric of the Force itself. The Father created it in secret, during meditations that took him to places even his children could not follow. Depths of the Force where individuation itself began to dissolve and all boundaries became questionable. He drew on both light and dark in equal measure, refusing either extreme, finding instead that place of perfect tension where opposites meet and produce something unprecedented. The forging took years, or moments, or eternities. Time moved strangely in that work, folding back on itself, creating loops and paradoxes that made duration meaningless. When it was complete, the Father held in his hands a weapon that could kill even the unkillable, that could end even beings made of pure force energy, that could sever the connection between consciousness and the cosmic reality in which consciousness arose. It was the only thing in existence that could kill his children, and therefore, the only thing that could free them from existence if existence became intolerable, if the balance could no longer be maintained, if the time came for even gods to die. He showed it to neither the daughter nor the son, kept it hidden in the deepest places of Mortis, in chambers that existed between dimensions, accessible only to his will. It was insurance, a failsafe. The ultimate last resort for a being who loved his children too much to let them suffer eternally if suffering became their only option. But secrets, even in realms outside time, have a way of revealing themselves. The son discovered the dagger first, as perhaps was inevitable. Darkness is drawn to hidden things, to secrets and shadows, to knowledge that others would keep concealed. He found it during one of his explorations of Mortis's deeper regions, places where reality grew thin and malleable, where the Force itself seemed less certain of its own nature. When his hand closed around the hilt, he felt something he had never felt before. Fear. Not fear of external threat, what could threaten him? But existential fear. The recognition that his existence, which he had assumed was eternal and necessary, was actually contingent, could be ended, could be unmade. The dagger whispered to him in a voice that was his own thoughts, but also something else, something older and more patient. It showed him visions of his own death, showed him the blade plunging into his chest, showed him the strange sensation of consciousness unraveling, of the bonds that held him together coming apart, strand by strand, until there was nothing left that could call itself him. But it also showed him other possibilities. The dagger could kill immortals, could kill his sister, the daughter, whose light had always been a reproach to his darkness, whose very existence limited what he could become. Could kill his father, whose control had always chafed, whose rules had always restricted his freedom to explore the full depths of the dark side. With the dagger, he could end the balance. Could tip Mortis entirely into shadow, could become the sole arbiter of the Force itself, unopposed, unlimited, finally free to be what he truly was without compromise or restraint. The temptation was overwhelming, not because the son was evil, though the Jedi would later call him that, would make him into a symbol of dark side corruption, but because he was tired of the balance, tired of being held in check, tired of the endless dance with his sister, the eternal push and pull that never resolved into victory or defeat, but only continued, day after day, eon after eon. He took the dagger from its hiding place, concealed it in the folds of his being, in pockets of shadow where even the Father's gaze did not penetrate, and he waited for his moment, patient as darkness itself, planning how he would use this weapon to remake Mortis and, through Mortis, the entire galaxy. But the daughter sensed the change in him. Light is attuned to shadow, knows when the balance shifts, feels a disturbance as a musician feels a note gone wrong in a familiar melody. She confronted him in one of Mortis's vast chambers, demanding to know what he had found, what had changed in him. They fought as they had fought countless times before, light against dark, order against chaos, but this time was different. This time the son had the dagger, had the means to make the fight final, to end not just the battle but the war, not just defeat his sister but erase her from existence entirely. He struck. The blade sang through air that was not quite air, cutting through dimensions that folded around its edge. The daughter tried to deflect with her power, tried to channel the light side to protect herself, but the dagger was made to cut through such defenses, to ignore the protections that made immortals immortal. The blade found her heart, or the place where a heart would be if she had possessed a physical body in the way mortals do. It plunged into the core of her being, into the nexus where her consciousness connected to the force, and it cut, severed, unmade. The daughter's scream was not sound but something deeper, a disturbance in the force itself that rippled out from Mortis into the wider galaxy, causing every force-sensitive being in existence to pause, to shudder, to feel a wrongness they could not name. Somewhere, a part of the force was dying, and the force was screaming in pain at the amputation of one of its own aspects. She fell, or collapsed, or dispersed. The word is inadequate. Her light began to fade, not slowly but rapidly, hemorrhaging back into the force that had given birth to her. She was dying, truly dying, experiencing the ending that should have been impossible for a being of her nature. The father arrived too late to prevent the wound, but in time to witness its consequences. He saw his daughter fading, saw the dagger in his son's hand, understood in an instant the full scope of what had happened and what it meant. The balance was broken. Mortis itself began to shake, reality there growing unstable without the daughter's light to counterweight the son's darkness. In that moment, the father made a choice. He could save his daughter. Perhaps. Could channel his own life force into her, could use his power to heal the wound the dagger had made. But doing so would weaken him fatally, would leave him unable to contain the sun, would doom Mortis and possibly the galaxy to an age of unopposed darkness. Or he could accept her death and use his remaining strength to restore the balance another way, a way that would require terrible sacrifice but might preserve the greater harmony. He chose the second path, though it broke what remained of his heart. He let his daughter die, felt her light extinguish, felt the hole her absence created in the structure of Mortis itself. And then he turned to his son with eyes that held not anger, but infinite sorrow. The son expected punishment, expected battle, but the father did not attack. Instead, he simply looked at his child with love and disappointment intermingled. And he spoke words that echoed through the force itself. "You have done what you needed to do. Now I must do what I must do." And the father took the dagger from his son's unresisting hand and plunged it into his own chest. The father's death was different from the daughter's. Where she had screamed and faded, he simply stopped, like a clock running down, like a flame going out. His presence, which had been vast enough to contain entire civilizations of consciousness within his meditation, contracted to a point and then disappeared, leaving behind only absence, only the echo of what had been. Without the father to maintain the structure of Mortis, without the daughter to provide light, the realm began to collapse. The son, left alone with the consequences of his choices, felt the full weight of what he had destroyed. Felt it not as abstraction but as lived experience, as the loneliness of a god who had murdered his family and thereby murdered the meaning that had sustained his own existence. In his grief and horror, the son did what perhaps only he could do. He turned the dagger on himself, drove it into his own chest, following his father and sister into whatever void awaited beings of their nature. Better to end than to exist alone in the ruins of everything he had destroyed. 3 deaths, 3 gods unmade, and the dagger, the instrument of their ending, fell through the collapsing dimensions of Mortis into the normal galaxy, into the realm of time and space and mortal beings who could not imagine what the weapon they might find truly represented. The dagger appeared on a forgotten moon orbiting a dying star, materializing as if it had always been there, partially buried in sand that had been glass before some ancient cataclysm melted it. A scavenger found it while searching ruins for anything that might have value to collectors of antiquities. She picked it up, marveling at its strange beauty, at the way it seemed to shimmer with inner light that was also somehow darkness. She felt a chill when she touched it, a sense of profound unease but also fascination. Surely something this unusual, this finely crafted, would fetch a good price in the markets of the inner rim. She sold it to a trader who specialized in curiosities, who sold it to a collector who displayed it in a case with other weapons that had historical or artistic significance. The collector was not force sensitive, could not feel the wrongness emanating from the blade. could not hear the whispers of divine death that clung to it like perfume. But a Jedi who visited the collector's estate felt it immediately. Felt it the way you might feel eyes on you in a dark room, the way prey feels the presence of a predator before seeing it. She asked about the dagger, was told only that it was of unknown origin, found on some outer rim world, dated to no particular era or culture. The Jedi requested permission to examine it more closely. When her hand approached the blade, the Force itself seemed to recoil, to pull back from contact with the weapon as if wounded by proximity alone. She did not touch it, did not dare. Instead, she reported its existence to the Council, and they sent a team to retrieve it and bring it to the temple for study. For years, the dagger rested in the deepest vaults of the Jedi Temple. Examined by masters who specialize in artifacts and historical weapons, studied with every tool and technique the Order possessed. They learned nothing definitive. The blade seemed to be made of materials that should not exist, combinations of elements that could not naturally occur, structures that violated understood principles of matter and energy. When they attempted to test its cutting power, it sliced through materials that should have been impervious to any blade. Cortosis, frick, even lightsaber-resistant metals yielded to its edge as if they were soft clay. More disturbing, when they tested it on Force-imbued objects, on holocrons and kyber crystals, it not only cut through them but seemed to negate their connection to the Force, to sever the bonds that made them more than simple matter. One master, more sensitive than the others, meditated near the dagger and received fragmentary visions of its origin. He saw three figures of impossible power, saw betrayal and death, saw the collapse of some realm that existed outside normal space and time. But the visions were incomplete, distorted, as if the dagger itself resisted being understood, as if knowledge of its true nature was dangerous in ways that transcended mere information. The Council debated what to do with it. Some argued for its destruction, though no one could say how one might destroy something that had killed gods. Others wanted it sealed away, buried so deep that it could never be found or used. A few suggested keeping it accessible for study, arguing that understanding such a powerful artifact might provide insights into the Force's deepest mysteries. Before they could reach consensus, the Clone Wars began, and the dagger was forgotten in the chaos of galactic conflict. It remained in its vault, inactive but waiting, patient as only inanimate things can be patient, while the galaxy tore itself apart and the Jedi Order marched toward its doom. When Order 66 was executed and clone troopers turned on their Jedi generals throughout the galaxy, when Anakin Skywalker led the 501st into the Jedi Temple and began the slaughter, one young Padawan fled into the deeper levels, seeking escape through the tunnels and vaults that honeycombed the structure. She found herself in the artifact storage, surrounded by relics and curiosities, and her eyes fell on the dagger. Something about it called to her, promised safety, promised power enough to survive what was happening above. Without thinking, driven by desperation and the instinct that grips all living things when death approaches, she seized the blade. The moment her hand closed around the hilt, she felt it, felt the wrongness, felt the weight of divine murder pressing down on her consciousness like a physical force. She understood, in a flash of terrible clarity, that this was not a weapon any mortal should wield, that touching it was itself a kind of violation, a transgression against natural law, but she was already touching it, and outside, her fellow Jedi were dying. She heard their screams echoing through the Force, felt their lights winking out one by one. She gripped the dagger tighter and moved toward the sounds of slaughter. What happened next is recorded in no official history, remembered by no living witness. The Padawan emerged into a corridor filled with clone troopers, their blasters trained on fleeing younglings and masters alike. She moved without thinking, driven by training and terror and something else, something that flowed from the dagger into her hand, into her arm, into her mind. She struck. The blade cut through armor as if it was not there, cut through flesh and bone and something deeper, something in the clones themselves that made them alive. They fell, not wounded, but unmade, their connection to the Force severed so completely that they seemed less like corpses and more like dolls that had never been alive at all. She fought her way through the temple, the dagger singing in her hand, leaving behind a trail of bodies that disturbed even the 501st veterans who found them later. There was something wrong about those corpses, something that made even hardened soldiers uneasy. They were dead, certainly, but dead in a way that seemed more final than normal death, as if they had been erased rather than merely killed. The Padawan escaped, fled Coruscant with the dagger hidden in her robes, not daring to discard it, not daring to use it again, carrying it like a curse she could not shake. She wandered the Outer Rim for years, haunted by what she had done, by the feeling of the blade cutting through not just bodies but souls, by the certainty that she had used something that should never be used, had violated some fundamental law of the Force itself. Eventually, she found a desolate world, empty of sentient life, and there she buried the dagger as deep as she could dig, sealing it in stone and earth, hoping that it would never be found again. She spent the rest of her life on that world, meditating, trying to cleanse herself of the taint she felt the dagger had left on her spirit. Whether she succeeded is unknown. She died alone, her body found decades later by explorers who buried her bones and noted her presence in their logs but never suspected what lay buried not far from her lonely grave. But the dagger did not remain buried forever. The Force has a way of bringing hidden things to light when they are needed, or when someone needs them, or when the galaxy's pattern requires their re-emergence. A dark side cultist, following visions and portents, excavated it centuries later, drawn by dreams of a weapon that could kill Force users, that could give ordinary beings the power to strike down Jedi and Sith alike. He used it to murder a Jedi Knight who had been hunting him, and the kill was so clean, so final, that not even a Force ghost remained. The Jedi simply ceased, wiped from existence so completely that it was as if she had never been. No echo in the Force, no lingering presence, just absolute termination. The cultist was found days later by the Jedi Knight's companions, dead by his own hand, the dagger still clutched in his grip. They said his face was frozen in an expression of absolute horror, as if he had seen something in the moment before death that had shattered his sanity completely. The dagger lay beside him, innocent looking, beautiful even, giving no sign of the atrocities it had enabled. Again the Jedi retrieved it, again they debated its fate, but by this time, the Order's knowledge of the dagger's origin had been lost. The records from the earlier study buried under millennia of accumulated archives. They knew only that it was dangerous, that it could kill Force users in ways that seemed unnatural, and that it should be controlled. They placed it in a new vault, commissioned this time to be truly inescapable, protected by every ward and seal and safeguard the Order could devise. They set guardians who took vows never to leave their post, who meditated in shifts maintaining a constant vigil over the sealed chamber where the dagger rested. For 1,000 years, it remained locked away, slowly fading from memory, becoming legend and then rumor and then less than rumor, just another forgotten artifact in an Order that had accumulated 10,000 years of forgotten artifacts. Until a young Sith acolyte, researching ancient texts in a captured Jedi library, found a reference to a weapon that could kill the unkillable, that had been forged by gods in a realm outside time. The reference was fragmentary, damaged, most of the text missing or illegible, but it mentioned a location, coordinates for a vault that the Jedi had maintained since antiquity. The acolyte reported his finding to his master, who reported it to the Dark Council, and a plan was formed. If such a weapon existed, if it truly had the power, the fragmentary text suggested, it could be the key to finally destroying the Jedi, to ending the eternal war between light and dark in favor of darkness. A strike team was dispatched. They fought through the Guardians, broke the seals, penetrated the wards with dark side rituals and stolen Jedi codes, and there, at the center of the vault, suspended in a stasis field that had kept it unchanged for a millennium, they found the Dagger of Mortis. The team leader reached for it with confidence, certain that his power was sufficient to wield any weapon, no matter how dangerous. His hand touched the hilt and his confidence shattered. He felt what the Padawan had felt during Order 66, what the cultist had felt before his death. The wrongness, the weight, the sense that this was a thing no mortal should touch. But he was Sith, trained to master fear, to bend darkness to his will. He gripped the dagger and claimed it as his own, refusing to let go despite the screaming of every instinct that told him to drop it and flee. He would master this weapon, would use it to kill Jedi, would prove his strength by wielding what others feared. He used it 3 times before it destroyed him. 3 Jedi fell to the blade, their death so complete that not even their closest companions could sense their absence, as if they had been edited out of reality itself. And with each kill, the Sith felt something in himself dying too, some essential part of his connection to the Force being severed, strand by strand. After the 3rd kill, he understood. The dagger did not just kill its victims, it killed the wielder too, slowly with each use. It severed connections. That was its nature, and it could not discriminate between the connection you wanted severed and the connections that kept you yourself intact, coherent, alive in any meaningful sense. He tried to abandon it, to leave it behind, but found he could not. The dagger had bound itself to him somehow, or he had bound himself to it. When he tried to walk away, his feet would not move. When he tried to give it to another, his hand would not release. He was trapped, locked into possession of a weapon that was slowly killing him with its mere presence. In desperation, he sought out a Force healer, hoping that she might be able to break the bond. But when she examined him, she recoiled, reporting that the dagger was not just attached to him, but integrated into him, woven into his Force presence at a level she could not reach without destroying his connection to the Force entirely. The Sith made a choice then. If he could not be freed from the dagger, if possession of it meant slow death, then he would make that death meaningful. He would use it as many times as he could before the severance became complete, would take as many Jedi with him as possible, would make his doom serve the dark side. He killed 17 more Jedi before the end. Each death easier to execute but harder to bear, each severance cutting away more of himself until there was almost nothing left that remembered being him. When the Jedi finally cornered him, finally brought enough force to overwhelm even a warrior wielding such a terrible weapon, they found a husk, a hollow thing that barely resembled a living being. They killed him out of mercy as much as necessity. And once again, the dagger was recovered, examined, feared, and locked away, waiting for its next wielder, for its next opportunity to teach its harsh lesson about the price of power and the cost of using weapons forged by gods. The pattern repeated across centuries. The dagger would be sealed away, forgotten, rediscovered. Someone would claim it, thinking themselves strong enough, wise enough, special enough to wield it without suffering its curse. They would use it, feeling the power it offered, the clean finality of its cuts. And then they would feel the price, the way it severed not just their enemies, but themselves, cutting away the bonds that made existence bearable, leaving them isolated, hollow, less than they had been. Some wielders managed only a single kill before the horror drove them to suicide. Others persisted longer, driven by duty or obsession or simple momentum, unable to stop using the weapon even as it devoured them from within. None kept it for long, none mastered it. The dagger could not be mastered because it was not really a tool but a principle made manifest. The principle of severance, of ending, of the absolute cut that allows no healing, no return. Scholars who studied it from a safe distance, never touching it, never claiming it, developed theories about its nature and origin. Some believed it was a Sith artifact, created to kill Jedi in ways that prevented them from becoming one with the Force. Others argued it was older than the Jedi-Sith split, a relic from the Dawn Age when the Force was first being explored and beings experimented with powers they did not understand. A few, reading the most obscure texts, consulting the most fragmentary legends, came close to the truth, that the dagger was made by beings of pure Force energy, that it had killed gods before it ever tasted mortal blood, that it carried within it the weight of divine murder and the memory of a realm collapsing. But even these scholars did not grasp the full implications. The dagger was not just a weapon, it was a memorial. A reminder carved into reality itself that even the highest beings, even those who embodied fundamental aspects of the Force, could die, that nothing was permanent, that all structures, all orders, all balances eventually failed and required endings to make space for new beginnings. The Father had forged it as mercy, as a way to grant his children release if existence became intolerable. But in forging it, he had created something that would outlive them all, something that would carry the lesson of their mortality into the wider galaxy, teaching mortal beings the same truth that the gods had learned. That power cannot save you from death, that immortality is not freedom from ending, but only delay, that the blade waits for everyone eventually. This was the dagger's deepest teaching. available only to those who could contemplate it without claiming it, who could study it without needing to use it. Death is not the enemy. Death is the boundary that makes life meaningful. The severance is not the tragedy. The tragedy is clinging to existence when existence has become only suffering, refusing the ending that would bring peace. The Father had understood this, had used his own weapon on himself when the time came, when maintaining balance became impossible, when staying meant only watching the universe tear itself apart. He had accepted the blade, accepted the ending, accepted that even gods must sometimes die. And the dagger remembered, carried within its structure the echo of that acceptance, that willingness to end when ending was required. It offered that same acceptance to all who touched it. Though most lacked the wisdom to understand the offer, mistaking it for curse or corruption when it was really just truth, hard and clean and absolute. The dagger of Mortis rests now in some vault or grave or hidden place, waiting as it has always waited, patient as only things can be that have seen gods die and know that all things, given time, will follow them into whatever darkness lies beyond the Force's light. Perhaps someone wields it even now, feeling its edge cut through enemy and self alike, learning the lesson it was made to teach. Perhaps it is lost, buried so deep that it will never surface again in this age of the galaxy. Perhaps it has finally fulfilled its purpose and dissolved back into the Force from which it came, its pattern released, its teaching complete, or perhaps the dagger never really existed at all. Was always only a story that the Force tells about itself, about endings and beginnings and the necessary deaths that punctuate the eternal cycles of existence. Perhaps Mortis itself was only a metaphor, the father and daughter and son only names for processes that play out in every consciousness, in every moment, in the eternal tension between light and dark and the balance that holds them both. It hardly matters. The truth the dagger teaches does not require the dagger to be real. The lesson about mortality and ending and the courage to accept when your time has come, that lesson is carved into the structure of reality itself, available to anyone willing to contemplate the fact of their own eventual death, their own inevitable ending. We are all temporary. All structures fail. All orders collapse. All balances shift. The gods died. If they ever lived, and we will die too, and the galaxy will continue turning. Indifferent to our presence or absence, grinding forward through ages we cannot imagine toward ends we cannot conceive. And in that truth, hard as it is to bear, there is also freedom. If nothing lasts forever, then no mistake is final. If all things end, then the ending of pain is inevitable. If the gods themselves could die, then our own mortality is not punishment, but participation. Not curse, but membership in the community of all things that exist briefly and then return to the infinite from which they briefly emerged. The dagger of Mortis cuts through illusion and leaves only truth. And the truth is this: you will die. Everything you build will crumble. Everyone you love will leave or be left. The blade waits for all of us, patient and perfect and utterly without malice. And in accepting this, in making peace with the blade before it comes for you, there is a kind of victory, not over death. Death is not an enemy to be defeated, but over the fear of death, over the desperate clinging that makes existence into suffering, over the refusal to let go that turns what should be release into agony. This was the Father's final gift, though he could not have known how it would be received, how his act of mercy would echo through the ages as myth and legend and terrible weapon. He showed that even gods can choose their ending, can accept when their time comes, can lay down the burden of existence and return to the peace that precedes and follows all consciousness. And the dagger remains, real or imagined, physical or metaphorical. B, carrying that teaching forward through time, offering to all who encounter it the same hard mercy. Remember, you will die. And in remembering, learn to live while you can, to love what is mortal because it is mortal, to embrace the temporary nature of all things as the source of their beauty rather than their tragedy. In the beginning, before history became history, before events were recorded and stories were told, there were those who watched. They did not participate in the great dramas of the galaxy. They did not choose sides in conflicts or pledge allegiance to causes. They simply observed, recording everything, preserving the pattern of existence as it unfolded across space and time. They were called the wills, though no one knows if this was what they called themselves or merely what others called them. They were ancient beyond measure, perhaps as old as consciousness itself, or perhaps they were consciousness itself examining its own reflection through the medium of living beings who had learned the secret of perfect attention, perfect presence, perfect memory. The Wills understood something that others did not, that the galaxy was not random chaos but pattern, that beneath the apparent disorder of events there flowed currents of meaning, structures of significance, a grand design that played itself out across millennia. They believed, or knew, or were the living proof that the Force itself was telling a story, and they had made themselves the scribes of that story, the chroniclers of the cosmic narrative, to aid in their work, to focus their attention and amplify their ability to perceive the deep patterns underlying surface events. The eldest among them crafted a tool, not a weapon, not even precisely an instrument, more like a lens or a tuning fork or a bridge between the realm of events and the realm of meaning. They called it simply the staff, though those who came later would name it the staff of the Wills, as if by naming it they could somehow contain its significance, could make manageable something that was by nature unbounded, infinite in implication. The staff was created from the heartwood of a Roshir tree that had grown for 10,000 years on Kashyyyk, watered by forest springs, tended by shamans who understood the connection between plant and planet and cosmic pattern. The wood was old before sapient beings walked upright, had absorbed the Force's rhythms through countless seasons of growth and dormancy, had stored within its cellular structure the memory of ages. But wood alone, however ancient, was insufficient for the purpose the Wills intended. They inlaid the staff with veins of pure cortosis, mined from the deepest caverns of Dikyungshun, where the metal grew in darkness and pressure, where it learned to nullify energy, to quiet power, to make silence in the presence of noise. They bound these veins with threads of Mandalorian iron, Beskar that had been forged and reforged by warrior smiths who understood that strength comes not from hardness alone, but from the ability to absorb impact and return to true. At the staff's crown, they set a focusing crystal, not Kyber, which was too active, too aligned with the Force's dynamic currents, but a stone they had discovered on a world whose name is lost, a crystal that was absolutely inert, that possessed no properties except the property of transparency, of allowing light and energy to pass through it without alteration, without imprinting any signature or quality. The creation took 7 generations of Wills to complete, though time moved strangely in their order, and generations might mean something other than biological succession. Each added their knowledge, their meditation, their understanding of the patterns they had observed. The staff became not just an object but a repository, a living record of everything the Wills had learned about the nature of narrative, about how stories shape reality and reality shapes stories in an eternal reciprocal dance. When it was complete, the staff possessed qualities that defied easy categorization. To hold it was to feel suddenly aware of context, of the larger patterns in which your individual life was embedded. Events that had seemed random revealed themselves as part of sequences, as steps in dances whose choreography you could suddenly glimpse. Choices that had felt arbitrary showed themselves to be inevitable or meaningful or aligned with currents you had not known were carrying you. The staff did not give power, it gave perspective. It lifted the holder's consciousness out of the immediate moment and into the long view, the deep time, the awareness that encompasses past and future as a single, eternal present in which all moments exist simultaneously, each contained within all others like nested reflections in facing mirrors. This was both gift and burden. To see the pattern was to understand your place in it, which could be comforting. You were not random, not meaningless, not adrift, but it was also to see how small that place was, how brief your appearance in the vast story, how much the pattern would continue whether you played your part well or poorly or not at all. The first keeper of the staff, for the Wills did not own it but kept it, stewarding it for the galaxy, for the Force, for the story itself, was a being whose name has dissolved into the mists of deep time. What remains is only the title, the Keeper. This being spent their life traveling the galaxy, observing events, recording them not in written form but in meditative awareness, holding the pattern in consciousness the way a musician holds a symphony, all parts present simultaneously, all themes interweaving in conscious harmony. The keeper walked through battlefields and felt no horror because they saw the battles as sentences in longer paragraphs, campaigns in longer wars, conflicts that were themselves only punctuation in dialogues between civilizations. They stood in throne rooms and heard not the pronouncements of kings, but the echoes of choices made centuries before, the inevitable conclusions of premises established in forgotten councils. They witnessed births and deaths, treaties and betrayals, the rise of empires and the fall of dynasties, and through it all they held the staff and felt the pattern revealing itself, the story telling itself, the force narrating its own existence through the medium of beings who believed themselves to be authors but were really only characters, speaking lines that had been written into the structure of reality itself. This sounds like fatalism, like a denial of free will, and many who learned of the will's philosophy rejected it for precisely this reason. But the keeper understood something more subtle, that the pattern was not fixed but fractal, that at every scale there was freedom and determinism simultaneously, that you were both author and authored, both writing the story and being written by it. The staff revealed this paradox not as contradiction, but as truth. When you held it and looked at your life, you saw the ways you were constrained by biology, by history, by the circumstances of your birth and the choices of those who came before you. But you also saw the ways you were free still to respond, to interpret, to make meaning from the raw material of events, to speak your lines with passion or irony or grace or defiance. The story was written, yes, but how you played your part was up to you, and how you played it mattered, even if the outcome was inevitable, because the quality of the performance was itself part of the pattern, part of what made the story worth telling, worth living, worth preserving in the infinite memory of the Force. The staff passed through many keepers across the ages, each learning to read the pattern, each adding their observations to the great chronicle the wills were compiling. Not a written chronicle. The wills distrusted writing, which fixed things that should remain fluid, which made definite what should stay provisional. Their chronicle existed in consciousness, in the collective awareness of the order, in the meditative space they all shared when they joined their minds in contemplation of the pattern. But as millennia passed, the wills began to fade. Whether they died or transcended or simply dissolved, back into the force they had spent so long observing, no one knows. Their order grew smaller with each generation, their monasteries emptied, their practices forgotten. The great work of chronicling the galaxy's story seemed to slow, to falter, to approach some kind of ending. The last keeper of that ancient order was a being named Sistros, though even this name might be approximation, translation from a language that no longer exists into terms that barely capture the meaning. Sistros felt the ending coming, felt the will's long story approaching its final paragraph, and made a decision that the previous keepers had never considered. They would release the staff, would allow it to pass beyond the order, to find new keepers among the wider galaxy, among beings who did not have the will's discipline or training, but might still benefit from the perspective it offered. The pattern was larger than any single order. The story belonged not to its chroniclers, but to all who lived it. Sistros traveled to the planet Jedha, to the holy city where force religions from across the galaxy converged and mingled and debated. They entered the temple of the Kyber, where pilgrims came to contemplate the force's mysteries, and there they planted the staff in the floor of the central chamber, drove it deep into stone that had been sacred for 10,000 years, and they spoke words that echoed through the force itself. Words that were both blessing and release. Let those who seek the pattern find it. Let those who would understand their place in the story step forward and take up this burden. The wills are ending, but the watching continues. We are all keepers now. We are all chroniclers. The story tells itself through each of us, and this tool we leave to help you see what role you play, what meaning your life holds in the greater pattern. Then each Sistros sat down in front of the staff and entered a meditation from which they never emerged. Their body remained there for days, then weeks, then months, slowly becoming translucent, becoming insubstantial, until finally there was nothing left but robes and dust and the memory of someone who had been there, watching, recording, holding the pattern in consciousness until consciousness itself returned to its source. The staff remained, planted in stone, and pilgrims who came to the temple would see it and wonder. Some tried to pull it free, thinking it a test of worthiness or strength, but the staff would not budge for those who sought to claim it. It waited for something else, someone else. She came during the Festival of Stars, a young acolyte from a minor force tradition that emphasized prophecy and precognition. Her name was Lyra Tem, and she had been having dreams of a vast pattern underlying reality. Dreams of her life as a single thread in a tapestry so large she could not see its edges. The dreams troubled her, made her feel insignificant and exalted simultaneously, made her question everything she thought she knew about purpose and meaning. She entered the Temple of the Kyber following an impulse she could not name, drawn by something she could not articulate. And when she saw the staff, she recognized it immediately, though she had never seen it before, had never heard of the wills or their work. She recognized it the way you might recognize your reflection even if you had never seen a mirror, the way you might recognize home even if you had been born in exile. She approached it slowly, reverently, not seeking to claim it, but simply wanting to understand what it was, why it called to her. When her hand touched the wood, the staff pulled free from the stone as if it had never been planted there, as if it had been waiting for her touch all along. And the pattern opened to her awareness. She saw the galaxy not as space, but as story. Saw civilizations rising and falling like breaths, saw wars as dialogues and peace as punctuation, saw individual lives as words in an infinitely long sentence that was still being spoken, still unfolding, still meaning more than any single generation could comprehend. She saw herself, her small life on an insignificant world, her training in a minor tradition, her dreams that had seemed like confusion or madness. And she saw that her life was not meaningless, but positioned precisely where it needed to be, that her dreams were not disorder, but attunement, that she had been prepared by forces she could not see to become what she was now becoming, a keeper, a watcher, a chronicler of the pattern. The staff did not give her instructions or commands. It simply revealed the work that was already happening, the role she was already playing. She understood that she would wander the galaxy now, observing, recording not in writing, but in the deep memory that the staff accessed, adding to the infinite chronicle that the wills had begun and that would continue as long as consciousness existed to observe itself. She left Jedha that day, carrying the staff, and for 40 years she traveled, witnessing events great and small, holding them all in the awareness the staff made possible. She saw the rise of the Sith Empire, recorded the fall of the Jedi, observed the endless churning of galactic politics and personal drama. And through it all, she felt the pattern, felt how each event was connected to all others, how nothing was isolated or random, but all was part of the vast story the Force was telling about itself. Near the end of her life, weary from decades of watching, she returned to Jedha, intending to plant the staff again, to leave it for the next keeper. But when she arrived, she found the holy city in flames, found the Empire mining Kyber from the sacred temple, destroying in days what had taken millennia to build. She watched from a distance as the temple collapsed, as the stone where the staff had once been planted was reduced to rubble and dust. She felt the horror and grief that such destruction should evoke, but she also felt something else, the pattern continuing, the story incorporating even this tragedy, this violence, this ending that was also a beginning of something else. She understood then that the staff could never be permanently housed anywhere, could never be preserved in temples that themselves were temporary, subject to the same forces of creation and destruction that shaped everything. The only true repository was consciousness itself, the living awareness that moved through the galaxy in countless forms, watching, recording, understanding. So she did something no previous keeper had done. She broke the staff. Not in anger or despair, but deliberately, ceremonially, with full awareness of what she was doing. She struck it against stone, and the ancient wood split. The cortosis veins separated, the crystal shattered into 7 pieces. And as it broke, she felt something release, felt the pattern that had been held in the staff disperse, distribute itself, become available in new ways. She gave the pieces to 7 beings she had met in her travels, 4 sensitives from different traditions, different species, different philosophies. She gave them no instructions, told them nothing of the staff's history or purpose. She simply handed them the pieces and said, "Watch, record, understand that you are part of the pattern and the pattern is part of you." Then she sat down in the ruins of Jedha's holy city and entered the same meditation Sistros had entered decades before, the meditation from which there is no return, the final letting go into the pattern itself, becoming one with the story rather than its chronicler. The 7 pieces of the staff scattered across the galaxy, and each began to work in its own way, teaching its own version of the lesson the whole staff had taught. One piece found its way to a Jedi archive, where it was cataloged as wood fragment, possibly sacred, origin unknown. But the archivist who handled it began to have insights into the connections between different historical events, began to see patterns in the Jedi's long history that no one had perceived before. Another piece was carried by a smuggler who used it as a walking stick, never knowing what it was, but who developed over time an uncanny ability to predict where trouble would be, where opportunities would emerge, where the currents of galactic events would carry him if he just positioned himself correctly and waited. A third piece became a tool for a healer, who used it to stir medicines but found that patients she treated seemed to recover not just physically but spiritually, as if the fragment helped them see their illness in context as part of a larger story of their life that included both suffering and meaning. The fourth piece was lost almost immediately, dropped by the recipient who could not understand why this broken stick mattered, why the strange old woman had given it to him with such ceremony. It fell into a river on some forgotten world and was carried downstream, buried in silt, where it would wait for centuries or millennia until someone excavating ruins would find it and wonder at the strange properties of wood that had not rotted, crystal that still caught light in unusual ways. The fifth fragment was kept by a scholar of ancient languages who found that when she held it while translating old texts, meanings revealed themselves that seemed to go beyond what the words literally said, as if the fragment helped her access the deeper pattern of meaning that the texts were trying to convey. The sixth was taken by a child, too young to understand the gift but old enough to feel that it was special, precious. She kept it her whole life, never knowing what it was, but she became a storyteller, someone who could weave narratives that revealed truth through fiction, who could make people see their lives as meaningful by showing them reflected in tales where every detail mattered, where nothing was wasted, where even suffering served the plot. The seventh piece came to a warrior, a veteran of countless battles who had grown cynical about causes and meanings and the reasons people gave for violence. He carried the fragment into his next campaign, and for the first time he saw war not as chaos but as pattern, saw how battles echoed previous battles, how conflicts repeated themselves across time, how the same stories played out with different actors in different eras. This did not make war easier to bear. If anything, it made it harder, because he saw how unnecessary most of it was, how predictable, how the pattern repeated because no one learned from previous iterations. But it also gave him purpose. He began to work not for victory, but for break in the pattern, for the possibility that this time might be different, that awareness of the cycle might allow escape from it. He never achieved this goal. Wars continued. The pattern repeated, but his attempt mattered, was itself part of the pattern, part of the story about beings trying to transcend their programming, trying to write new lines in a script they had not chosen. Centuries passed, and the fragments continued their work, dispersed across the galaxy, each teaching in its own way about patterns and meaning and the relationship between individual lives and the vast story in which those lives were embedded. Some fragments were lost and found and lost again. Some remained with single lineages, passed down through generations who knew only that this piece of old wood was precious for reasons they could not articulate. During the Clone Wars, one fragment was held by a Jedi named Qui-Gon Jinn, though he never knew what it was, knew only that he had found it in the archives and felt drawn to keep it with him. He would hold it during meditations, and it seemed to help him access what he called the living force. The sense that the force was not just an energy field, but a conscious presence, a story being told in real time, with each being playing their part in a narrative larger than any individual could comprehend. When he died on Naboo, the fragment was found among his possessions by his apprentice, Obi-Wan Kenobi, who kept it as a memento without understanding its significance. He would carry it through the Clone Wars, through Order 66, through his long exile on Tatooine, and it would offer him comfort in ways he could not name, would help him see his suffering as part of a larger pattern, his exile not as punishment but as positioning, his apparent failure as a necessary step in a story whose ending he could not see but could trust was meaningful. Another fragment was discovered by Darth Sidious during his excavations of Sith ruins, and he studied it with great interest, sensing that it connected to deep Force mysteries but unable to fully understand its purpose. He attempted to use it to enhance his ability to manipulate the galaxy's political currents, to see the pattern of cause and effect clearly enough to control it. But the fragment resisted such use. It would show him the pattern, yes, but always with the implication that the pattern was larger than him, that he was playing a part in a story he had not written and could not control. This enraged him. He wanted to be author, not character. He wanted to shape the narrative, not be shaped by it. He locked the fragment away eventually, frustrated by its refusal to grant him the power he sought. It remained in his vault on Coruscant, inert but patient, waiting for the day when the palace would burn and the vault would be opened and someone else would find it and perhaps understand better what it was offering. A third fragment came into the possession of Luke Skywalker during his wanderings after the fall of the Empire, when he sought to understand the Jedi, to learn what they had known and how they had failed. He found it in an old temple on a forgotten world, half buried in rubble, and something about it called to him. When he held it, he understood things about his own life that had puzzled him. He saw how his apparent random trajectory, farm boy to rebel to Jedi, was actually part of a pattern. How each step had been necessary, how even his mistakes had served the larger story. He saw how his father's fall and redemption were not just personal drama, but archetypal narrative. The story that the galaxy needed to experience, to witness, to have recorded in its collective memory. He kept the fragment while he rebuilt the Jedi Order, and it influenced his teaching in subtle ways. He emphasized to his students that they were not just warriors or mystics, but participants in a larger story, that their choices mattered not just for their immediate effects, but for what they would mean to future generations, how they would be remembered, how they would shape the pattern that others would inherit. When his academy fell, when his nephew turned to the dark side and destroyed everything Luke had built, he took the fragment with him into exile. And there, on Ahch-To, surrounded by ancient Jedi texts and the raw presence of the Force, he would hold the fragment and try to understand what story was being told through his failure, what meaning could be found in the pattern of his life that included such profound loss. The fragment did not give him easy answers. It never gave easy answers, but it gave him perspective, helped him see that even this catastrophe was part of the larger weaving, that the story was not finished, that his part in it was not over, even if he wished it was, even if he wanted to end the narrative and walk away. When Rey came seeking him, seeking training, seeking the old ways, he was able to teach her not in spite of his failure, but because of it, because he had learned from the fragment's lesson that failure itself was part of the pattern, that the story included defeats as well as victories. That meaning could be found in how you responded to catastrophe as much as in how you celebrated triumph. The fragments of the Staff of the Wills continue to move through the galaxy, and perhaps they will never be reunited. Perhaps the staff in its complete form is not meant to exist again. Perhaps its breaking was itself part of the pattern, the necessary dispersal that allowed the teaching to reach more beings, to work in more subtle ways, to adapt to changing eras and new contexts. Or perhaps someday a keeper will arise who will feel called to search for the fragments, to gather them, to remake the staff and restore it to wholeness. Such a being would need to travel the galaxy, following whispers and legends, trusting in the pattern itself to guide them to what they sought. They would need to understand that they were not collecting objects, but reuniting a teaching, gathering wisdom that had been scattered so it could work more widely, but that now needed to be consolidated again for some purpose not yet clear. What would such a reunited staff reveal? What pattern would it show to a galaxy that had endured the Clone Wars, the Empire, the First Order, the endless cycles of conflict and attempted resolution? Would it offer hope that the pattern was approaching some kind of completion, some resolution that would make sense of all the suffering? Or would it reveal that the pattern had no ending, that the story went on eternally, each apparent conclusion just setting up the next beginning? The Wills, if they still existed in any form, would likely say that both answers were true, that the pattern was both complete and ongoing, that every moment was an ending and a beginning, that the story was always finished and never finished, depending on where you chose to draw the frame around events. This is the ultimate teaching of the staff. That meaning is not something you find in the pattern, but something you create by how you perceive it, how you hold it, how you tell it to yourself and others. The pattern exists, the Force is narrating itself through all of existence, but what that narration means is up to the listeners, the witnesses, the beings who receive the story and make of it what they will. You are both character and audience, both determined and free, both insignificant and essential. Your life is one word in an infinite text, but that word matters, colors the meaning of the words around it, changes the text by being exactly what and where and when it is. The staff revealed this paradox and asked you to live with it, to embrace it, to find in it not paralysis but empowerment. You cannot control the whole pattern, but you can play your part with awareness, with intention, with the knowledge that someone is watching, not judging, just recording. Holding your story in the vast memory of the Force, where every moment is preserved, every choice matters, every life leaves its mark on the infinite. The staff of the wills rests in fragments, or perhaps it has been remade, or perhaps it never existed except as metaphor, a way of talking about the consciousness that observes reality and by observing it participates in its creation. The wills themselves have passed into legend, into rumor, into the deep background of galactic history where facts and myths become indistinguishable. But their work continues in everyone who watches consciously, who pays attention to patterns, who seeks meaning in the apparent chaos of events. Every historian is a keeper, every philosopher is a will, every being who asks, "What does my life mean?" and then looks for the answer in how their story connects to larger stories. They are all carrying forward the work that began before the Jedi, before the Sith, before any of the traditions that would later divide the galaxy into factions and allegiances. The pattern is always there, always revealing itself to those with eyes to see, ears to hear, minds to comprehend. The story is always being told, is always in the process of unfolding, is always available to those willing to step back from their immediate concerns and see themselves in context, in connection, in the vast web of cause and effect that links every being to every other across space and time. You are reading these words, listening to this story, and you are part of the pattern. Your attention right now, in this moment, is part of the vast chronicle that includes everything that has ever happened and everything that will happen. The wills would record this moment, would note that you paused here in your life's journey to contemplate questions about meaning and pattern and the relationship between individual existence and cosmic story. And in that recording, in that witnessing, your moment becomes meaningful, not because of what you did or didn't do, but because it was noted, was held in awareness, was recognized as part of the whole. You matter because you are part of the story. And the story matters because beings like you take the time to listen to it, to tell it, to pass it forward to others who will do the same. The staff of the wills was a tool for seeing this truth, but the truth exists whether you have the tool or not, whether the staff is whole or broken or lost or purely metaphorical. The truth is woven into the structure of reality itself. The consciousness, observing consciousness, creates meaning, that stories shape reality and reality shapes stories, that we are all authors and characters and audience simultaneously, writing and reading and living the text of existence in one eternal present moment that contains all other moments within it. Rest now in that awareness. Let the pattern hold you. Let the story carry you forward. Let yourself be both teller and told, observer and observed, keeper and kept. The staff rests in its fragments, and each fragment rests in consciousness, and consciousness rests in the Force, and the Force rests in itself, telling its infinite story to itself through all of us forever and ever, without beginning or end. The Temple Stone of Jedha. There are places in the galaxy where the Force pools like water in ancient wells, where the membrane between the physical and the mystical grows thin enough to tear, where pilgrims have walked for so long that their footsteps have worn grooves, not just in stone, but in reality itself. Jedha is such a place, has always been such a place, will always be such a place even if the planet itself is destroyed, because sacredness, once established, echoes eternally through the Force. At the heart of Jedha's holy city, in the deepest chamber of the Temple of the Kyber, there rested a stone. Not the foundation, stone, though it was ancient beyond reckoning. Not the cornerstone, though the temple had been built around it. Simply the stone, as if no other name was necessary, as if calling it anything else would be presumptuous, would be claiming understanding that no mortal possessed. The stone was black as the void between stars, but it was not absence of light. It was presence of something else, something that drank light and transformed it into meaning, into memory, into the accumulated weight of 10,000 generations of prayer and meditation and desperate seeking. To look at it was to feel time pressing down on you, to sense the countless beings who had knelt before it. to hear echoes of words spoken in languages that no longer existed. No one knew where the stone came from originally. The oldest texts on Jedha, carved in scripts that modern scholars could barely decipher, spoke of it as if it had always been there, as if the planet itself had formed around this nexus point, this anchor that held the moon steady in the force's currents. Some legends said it had fallen from the sky in the age before memory, a meteorite that was not stone but crystallized force energy, consciousness from some other dimension made briefly material. Others claimed it had risen from Jedha's core, pushed up by tectonic forces that were themselves responding to the force's will, as if the planet wanted to offer up its heart for beings to witness and worship. Still others whispered that it had been placed there by the Celestials, those mythical architect beings who had shaped the galaxy in prehistory, that it was a marker or a beacon or a lock, keeping something imprisoned or protected in dimensions mortals could not perceive. The truth, if truth existed in such matters, was lost in the depths of time that preceded recorded history. What remained was the stone itself, and the undeniable fact that it possessed properties no ordinary rock could possess, that it resonated with the force in ways that made it central to dozens of different religious traditions, each interpreting its significance differently, but all agreeing that it mattered, that it was holy, that to be in its presence was to stand at the threshold between worlds. The stone was perhaps 2 meters in height, irregular in shape but somehow perfectly balanced, as if gravity worked differently around it, as if it existed partially outside normal space-time, and therefore responded only loosely to physical laws. Its surface was covered in markings, but these were not carved by any hand. They seemed to grow from within the stone itself, patterns that shifted slowly over years or decades or centuries, mandalas and symbols and geometric forms that different traditions read as confirmation of their own beliefs. The guardians of the wills saw in the markings the eternal pattern they sought to chronicle, the story of the galaxy written in a language older than words. The Church of the Force saw manifestations of the cosmic balance, symbols of light and dark intertwined in perfect harmony. The disciples of the wills read prophecies in the patterns, visions of futures that might be, warnings of dangers approaching from beyond the known regions. Each group maintained chambers around the central vault where the stone rested. Each conducted their own rituals and meditations. Each believed their interpretation was correct and the others were at best incomplete, at worst dangerously mistaken, but all respected the stone itself. All agreed that it should be protected, that pilgrims should be allowed to approach it regardless of their tradition, that this place must remain neutral ground where even enemies could stand side by side in wonder and reverence. The stone's most remarkable property was not visible, but experiential. Those who touched it, and pilgrims were permitted to touch it briefly, as part of specific rituals conducted under the supervision of the guardians, reported experiencing something that language struggled to capture. It was not quite vision, not quite memory, not quite prophecy, but something that included elements of all three, a kind of temporal dislocation where past and future collapsed into the present moment, and you saw your life from outside time, saw how your choices rippled forward and backward through causality, saw yourself as you had been and would be and might have been in a single overwhelming revelation. Some pilgrims emerged from the experience transformed, their lives reoriented around purposes they could not fully articulate but felt with absolute certainty. Others emerged shaken, unable to process what they had experienced, needing days or weeks to integrate the vision into their understanding of reality. A few emerged broken, their minds unable to handle the cognitive dissonance of experiencing non-linear time, of seeing too much, too clearly, too completely. The guardians screened pilgrims carefully, denying access to those whose minds seemed fragile or whose intentions seemed impure. But mistakes were made. There was the case of the young acolyte who touched the stone seeking guidance about whether to commit to his religious order, who saw himself from the stone's perspective, saw not just his individual life but all the lives his choices would affect, saw the children he would never have if he took vows, saw the students he would teach if he stayed, saw futures branching from this moment like trees growing in all directions simultaneously. He stood before the stone for 3 hours, hand pressed to its surface, tears streaming down his face, unable to move or speak. When the guardians finally pulled him away, concerned for his safety, he collapsed and slept for 2 days. When he woke, he said nothing about what he had seen. He simply left Jedha, left his order, disappeared into the galaxy. Decades later, a guardian would encounter him by chance on a distant world, would recognize him and ask what he had seen that day. The man smiled, said only, "I saw that all choices are right and wrong simultaneously, that every path leads somewhere worth going and somewhere worth avoiding, that the stone holds all possibilities and judges none." Then he walked away, and the guardian understood that this was all the answer they would receive, all the answer that could be given. Through the centuries, the stone accumulated not just markings, but stories, layers of legend and history that became inseparable from the artifact itself. There was the tale of Jedi Master Cara Sun, who came to Jedha during the time of the Old Republic seeking clarity about a decision that would affect millions. She had been offered command of a military campaign against Sith forces, a campaign that would likely succeed but would require tactics the Jedi Council considered morally questionable. Scorched earth, civilian evacuations that would destroy communities, the use of weapons that killed efficiently but horribly. She spent 7 days in meditation before the stone, fasting, barely sleeping, pouring her dilemma into the Force and waiting for guidance. On the 7th day, she touched the stone, and it showed her both futures, the one where she accepted the command and won the campaign, saving the Republic but sacrificing her principles and thousands of innocents, and the one where she refused and the campaign was lost, costing even more lives but allowing her to maintain her integrity. The stone did not tell her which to choose. It simply showed her the consequences of both choices, showed her that there was no pure path, that moral clarity was a luxury not available in a universe this complex, this interconnected, this morally ambiguous. She left Jedha the next day and accepted the command, won the campaign, and lived the rest of her life carrying the weight of what she had done, never certain she had chosen correctly, but certain that uncertainty itself was the answer. That wisdom lay in accepting that some questions have no right answers, only difficult choices made with as much care and consciousness as possible. There was the story of a Sith apprentice named Vex who came to Jedha in secret, disguised as a pilgrim, seeking to corrupt the stone or steal it or somehow use its power for dark purposes. The Guardians did not detect his deception. He was skilled at masking his nature, and he was permitted to approach the stone during the midnight meditation when only the most dedicated pilgrims maintained vigil. He touched the stone, intending to dominate it, to force it to show him paths to power, to reveal secrets that would make him stronger than his master. But the stone cannot be dominated. It responded to his touch as it responded to all touch, by revealing truth. And the truth it showed Vex was his own emptiness, the void at his center that he had been trying to fill with power and ambition and dark side philosophy. He saw himself from outside his own perspective, saw how small his concerns were, how predictable his path, how his pursuit of power was really flight from fear, how his strength was really weakness wearing armor. He saw the beings he had killed not as obstacles overcome, but as consciousnesses ended, as stories terminated, as lights extinguished, and he felt their absence not as triumph but as loss that diminished the universe and therefore diminished him. The vision broke him. He fled the temple weeping, ran into the desert without supplies or plan, was found 3 days later by guardians who were searching for a missing pilgrim. He was half dead from exposure, raving about darkness that could not be filled, about power that was really prison, about seeing himself through the stone's eyes and finding nothing worth seeing. They nursed him back to health, and he remained on Jedha for the rest of his life, neither Sith nor Jedi, but something else. A broken thing that had been reassembled slightly differently, that no longer fit the categories the galaxy used to classify Force users. He served the Guardians in menial tasks, sweeping floors, carrying water, refusing to speak about what he had seen but carrying it visibly in his eyes, in his haunted expression, in the careful, gentle way he moved through the world, as if everything was fragile and precious and might break if handled roughly. The stone bore witness to the galaxy's great turnings, the moments when history pivoted and new ages began. When the Jedi fought their civil war and split into light and dark, pilgrims from both sides came to Jedha seeking validation, seeking proof that their path was righteous. The stone showed them both the same truth, that the division was real but also illusion, that light and dark were perspectives on something larger, that the Force itself held both and neither, that their war was necessary for their development but tragic in its cost. Neither side accepted this teaching. Each returned from Jedha convinced they had been right, interpreting the stone's revelations through their existing beliefs, seeing in its visions confirmation rather than challenge. The Guardians watched this with sorrow but not surprise. Truth, they knew, could only be received by those ready to receive it. The rest would encounter it and transform it into something they could bear, something that fit their current understanding, something that did not require them to change. During the Clone Wars, a Jedi Knight named Taya Oloran came to Jedha pursued by doubt. She had seen too much death, had made too many impossible choices, had watched the order she served becoming militarized, compromised, lost. She no longer knew if the Jedi way was right, if the Republic was worth saving, if the whole structure of galactic civilization might be rotten at its core, requiring not defense but radical transformation. She touched the stone seeking answers and received instead questions. The stone showed her the Republic as a living entity, showed her how institutions were made of beings but developed their own logic, their own momentum, their own will to survive that could diverge from the welfare of the individuals they supposedly served. It showed her the Jedi Order the same way, showed her how a tradition founded on wisdom could calcify into dogma, how rules meant to liberate could become chains, how the very act of codifying truth could kill truth. But it also showed her that institutions, however flawed, were the only tools available for channeling individual virtue into collective action, that without structure, the galaxy descended into chaos, that the choice was not between perfect systems and imperfect systems, but between imperfect systems and no systems at all. She understood then that her doubt was appropriate, was healthy, was necessary for maintaining the flexibility the Order needed. She returned to the war not certain she was right, but committed to doing her best with the tools available, to serving even while questioning, to maintaining faith even while acknowledging that faith might be misplaced. She died at the end of the war, killed by her own clone troopers during Order 66, but those who witnessed her final moments said she died at peace, centered, accepting, as if she had made her peace with uncertainty and found in that acceptance a deeper certainty. The Empire came to Jedha eventually, drawn by the Kyber deposits that made the moon so valuable, so strategic. They cared nothing for the religious significance of the place, saw the temples as obstacles to mining operations, saw the pilgrims as potential rebels, saw the whole complex ecosystem of faith and tradition as primitive superstition that progress would sweep away. The Guardians resisted, not with violence but with presence, with stubborn insistence on the sacredness of the ground, with appeals to galactic law and ancient treaties. For years, they maintained an uneasy coexistence with the Imperial occupation, protecting the temples while watching the city around them transform into a military installation, a processing center for the Kyber that would eventually power the Death Star. The stone remained throughout, untouched by Imperial hands, protected by wards both physical and mystical that the Guardians had reinforced with every ritual, every meditation, every moment of focused intention. Stormtroopers patrolling near the Temple of the Kyber reported feeling uneasy, disoriented, as if the space around the temple was somehow wrong, as if their instruments could not quite locate it precisely even though they could see it with their eyes. Imperial engineers who attempted to survey the temple for potential demolition found their equipment malfunctioning, their readings nonsensical, their attempts to map the interior resulting in blueprints that contradicted themselves, that showed rooms that could not fit in the available space, that suggested geometries impossible in normal, three-dimensional reality. Eventually, they gave up, reported the temple as structurally unsound, but not an immediate priority, moved on to easier targets. But the Empire's patience was finite. When rebellion began to stir on Jedha, when the city became a hotbed of insurgent activity, when the Guardians' neutrality was interpreted as cover for rebel sympathizers, orders came down from high command. Destroy the temple, make an example, show that nothing is sacred, that no tradition will be tolerated that challenges imperial authority. A company of stormtroopers was dispatched with demolition charges, with orders to evacuate the surrounding blocks and reduce the Temple of the Kyber to rubble. The Guardians, warned by sources within the Imperial garrison, made a choice. They would not flee, would not abandon the stone, would stand as witnesses to what was about to happen, as final defenders not with weapons, but with presence, with the accumulated weight of their tradition, with faith that the Force itself would respond if holy ground was truly threatened. When the stormtroopers arrived, They found every guardian who remained on Jedha, perhaps 300 souls, sitting in meditation around the stone, their hands linked, their voices joined in a chant that predated the Empire by millennia. The commander ordered them to disperse. They did not move. He ordered his troops to remove them by force. The stormtroopers who tried to touch the guardians reported feeling as if they were pushing against something solid, as if the very air around the meditating figures had become impenetrable, as if the force itself was a wall between the faithful and those who would harm them. Frustrated, the commander ordered the charges placed anyway, set to detonate in 30 minutes, assuming the guardians would flee once the countdown began. But they did not flee. They sat linked, chanting, holding the space they had sworn to hold, accepting whatever came with the equanimity they had cultivated through decades of meditation and service. In the final minutes before the charges were set to explode, something happened that those present would struggle to explain for the rest of their lives. The stone began to glow, not with light exactly, but with something that resembled light, something that had the same relationship to light that the stone itself had to normal matter, a presence rather than an absence, a manifestation of something deeper. The glow spread from the stone to the guardians surrounding them, filling the chamber with a luminescence that was neither warm nor cold, but simply there, undeniable, impossible to ignore. And in that luminescence, everyone present, all stormtroopers, guardians, the few pilgrims who had refused to evacuate Omni experienced something that transcended their individual perspectives, their separate allegiances, their different beliefs about the Force and the Empire and the nature of reality itself. They experienced unity, not as concept but as direct sensation, as immediate knowing. They felt themselves as the stone felt them, as temporary configurations of consciousness, as waves in an infinite ocean, as distinct but not separate, as individuals who were simultaneously one being looking at itself from billions of perspectives. The boundaries between self and other dissolved, and for one eternal moment, perhaps it was seconds, perhaps hours, time had no meaning in that state. They were not guardians and soldiers, but simply awareness, simply presence, simply the Force conscious of itself. When the moment passed and individuality returned, when they crashed back into their separate bodies and separate minds, they found they were weeping, all of them, stormtroopers and guardians alike. The commander stood with his hand on the detonator, unable to press it, unable to destroy what he now understood was not just a building, but a nexus point, a place where the membrane between worlds was thin, a location that mattered in ways his orders had not and could not account for. He withdrew his troops, filed a report claiming structural instabilities made demolition too dangerous, that collapse of the temple might destabilize surrounding buildings, that the operation should be postponed pending further engineering surveys. His superiors accepted this excuse, moved on to more pressing concerns, and the temple of the Kyber remained standing. The stone remained intact, and the guardians remained at their posts, grateful for the reprieve but knowing it was temporary, that the Empire's hunger for Kyber would eventually overwhelm all other considerations. They were right. Months later, the Death Star arrived in orbit over Jedha, and Grand Moff Tarkin, testing his ultimate weapon, fired on the holy city. The blast did not destroy the moon immediately, but created a catastrophic excavation, a wound in the planet's crust that would eventually lead to the moon's complete disintegration. In the final moments before the temple collapsed into the expanding crater, before the stone was buried under billions of tons of rubble and then vaporized as the moon broke apart, the last guardian standing before it placed both hands on its surface and whispered a prayer in the oldest language of Jedha, a language few still spoke, a prayer that had been passed down through hundreds of generations. What is remembered lives. What lives continues. What continues cannot be destroyed. The stone pulsed once, a final acknowledgement, and then was gone, lost in the catastrophe that consumed everything, that erased in minutes what had taken millennia to build. But you cannot destroy sacredness. You can destroy the physical manifestations, the temples and artifacts and places, but the meaning persists, echoes through the Force, lives in the memories of those who witnessed, who experienced, who carried the teaching forward. The stone of Jedha was gone, but what it represented, the nexus, the thin place, the spot where consciousness could experience itself beyond individual limitation, that remained, would always remain, because it was woven into the fabric of reality itself. Survivors of Jedha who had touched the stone, who had meditated before it, who had received its visions and teachings, found themselves carrying it forward in unexpected ways. They would be on distant worlds, in the midst of ordinary activities, and suddenly feel the presence again. Feel that sense of being held in a larger awareness, of being part of a pattern that included their suffering and loss as necessary elements, as teachings in themselves. A former guardian named Chirut Imwe, blind but force sensitive, who had served the temple for most of his life, carried the stone's final teaching into the Battle of Scarif. He walked through Blaster Fire untouched, chanting the mantra of the Guardians, "I am one with the Force and the Force is with me." And his certainty, his absolute faith born from years before the stone, inspired those around him, gave them courage to press forward even when hope seemed lost. When he died, hand reaching for the Master's switch that would transmit the Death Star plans to the rebellion, he was smiling, at peace, because he had learned from the stone that individual death was not ending but transformation, that his consciousness would not be destroyed but would return to the force from which it had temporarily emerged, that nothing real could be lost because reality itself was eternal, was infinite, was beyond the reach of emperors and Death Stars and all the apparatus of violence that sought to impose order through fear. His companion, Baze Malbus, who had lost his faith years before, who considered himself a pragmatist rather than a believer, found that faith returning in his final moments, found himself speaking the same mantra as he held off stormtroopers, providing cover for the mission's final phase. He died believing again, not in the details of Guardian theology, but in the fundamental truth the stone had taught. That consciousness continues, that meaning persists, that the pattern is larger than any individual life or death. In the years after Jedha's destruction, pilgrims still came to the debris field, to the scattered remains of the holy moon floating in the space where it had once orbited. They came in small ships, dodging Imperial patrols, risking arrest or execution, driven by something they could not fully articulate but felt with absolute certainty. Some claimed they could still feel the stone's presence, not as physical object but as imprint, as memory etched into the force itself so deeply that location had become secondary, that the stone now existed everywhere and nowhere, accessible not through travel but through meditation, through the right state of consciousness, through remembering what it had taught. These pilgrims would float in their ships among the rubble, would meditate surrounded by the ruins of what had been holy. And sometimes, not always, but sometimes, they would experience what the old pilgrims had experienced when they touched the stone. They would feel themselves lifted out of linear time, would see their lives from outside their own perspective, would understand their place in the larger pattern, would return to ordinary consciousness transformed by the encounter. The Guardians who survived, scattered across the galaxy, heard these reports and understood. The stone had never been just a physical object. It had been a tool, a focus, a way of accessing something that was always available but usually hidden by the noise of ordinary consciousness. And now that the tool was gone, now that the physical stone had been destroyed, the teaching itself was more pure, more direct, more accessible to those truly ready to receive it. They began to teach that Jedha itself had been a teaching, that the destruction of the holy city was not tragedy, but transformation, that what had been concentrated in one location was now dispersed throughout the galaxy, that every place could be Jedha if you approached it with the right awareness quickly, that the force was always thin if you knew how to thin it, that sacredness was not something you traveled to, but something you carried within yourself, waiting to be activated by intention and attention, and the willingness to see beyond surface reality into the depths. This teaching spread through the scattered Force traditions that survived the Empire's persecution, through the rebel networks, through whispered conversations in safe houses and hidden temples. The Stone of Jedha became legend, became symbol, became metaphor for the indestructibility of truth, for the persistence of meaning, even in the face of overwhelming violence, for the way consciousness continues regardless of what happens to bodies or buildings or worlds. When the Empire fell and the galaxy entered a new age, when Force traditions began to emerge from hiding and rebuild their practices, many sought to understand what had been lost at Jedha, to reconstruct the teachings, to honor the memory of the Guardians and their stone. Archaeological expeditions were mounted to the debris field, searching for any fragments that might have survived, any piece of the stone that could be recovered and studied. They found nothing. The Death Star's blast had been too complete, the moon's disintegration too thorough. If any portion of the stone survived, it was lost among billions of other fragments, indistinguishable, scattered across a vast field of rubble that would take centuries to fully catalog. But one expedition, led by a Jedi scholar named Tiria Sarkin, reported an anomaly. They had been surveying a large fragment of the former temple, using sensors to map its internal structure, when they detected a resonance, a frequency that seemed to emanate from multiple points simultaneously, as if the whole debris field was vibrating in harmony, as if the destruction had not ended the stone's presence but dispersed it, distributed it, made it part of a larger pattern. Tyria meditated on this finding, sitting in her ship surrounded by the ruins of Jedha, and she experienced what she later described as a vision, or a teaching, or perhaps a direct transmission from the Force itself. She saw the stone not as it had been, but as it was becoming, saw it as a process rather than an object, saw that its destruction was not ending, but metamorphosis. The stone had accumulated too much, she understood, had become too powerful, too central, too much of a destination rather than a reminder. Its destruction was necessary, was itself a teaching about impermanence and attachment, about the danger of placing holiness in objects rather than in consciousness itself. The stone had sacrificed itself, had allowed itself to be destroyed so that its teaching could spread, could be received by those ready to understand that sacredness is not located but universal, not found but created by attention and intention. She wrote of this experience in a text that circulated widely among Force traditions in the New Republic era, a text that became almost as influential as the stone itself had been. She argued that every being carried within them the capacity to access what the stone had represented, that the thin place was not Jedha, but the space between thoughts, that the nexus was not physical location, but the eternal present moment, accessible to all who learned to quiet the noise of ordinary consciousness, and listen to what the Force was always saying. Her teaching was controversial, considered by some to be disrespectful to the memory of those who died on Jedha, to the guardians who had maintained the temple for so many generations. But others recognized it as a natural evolution of what the stone had always taught, that physical forms are temporary, that truth persists beyond its manifestations, that the real temple is consciousness itself, and that temple can never be destroyed because it exists beyond space and time, in the eternal dimension where the Force itself resides. The temple stone of Jedha exists now in memory and in the Force, in the stories told about it, in the teachings derived from it, in the consciousness of everyone who seeks to understand their place in the larger pattern. It has become what it always was beneath its physical form, an idea, a principle, a reminder that reality extends beyond what can be seen or touched, that meaning persists even when structures collapse, that the sacred cannot be destroyed because it is not made of matter but of consciousness, of attention, of the relationships between beings who recognize something larger than themselves and commit to serving it. Pilgrims still come to Jedha, or to the space where Jedha was, not seeking a place but seeking an experience, seeking the state of consciousness that the stone made accessible, seeking to touch the eternal in the midst of time. Some find what they seek, others find only absence, only the grief of what was lost. Both experiences are true, both are part of the teaching, both are the stone continuing its work even in destruction, even in absence, even in the form of loss that itself teaches about attachment and impermanence and the nature of change. You carry the stone within you now, whether you know it or not, whether you accept it or not. It exists in the awareness you bring to this moment, in the attention you give to these words, in the consciousness that observes your own existence and asks what it means, where it leads, how it connects to everything else. The stone was always mirror, always reflection, always an invitation to see yourself from outside yourself, to experience your individual life as one expression of something infinite. Rest in that knowing. Let the stone hold you as it held all who came before it. Let it show you what it showed them, that you are temporary and eternal simultaneously, that your life matters and is also just one wave in an infinite ocean, that loss is real but cannot touch what is truly real, that the Force continues regardless of what empires build or destroy, that consciousness is the constant, and everything else is just temporary configuration, just pattern emerging and dissolving in the eternal dance of creation. The stone rests in the force, and the force rests in itself, and you rest in both, held by awareness, too vast to comprehend, but intimate enough to know you completely, to see you fully, to recognize your life as sacred, simply because it is, because consciousness, experiencing itself, is the definition of sacred, the purpose of existence. The reason stars burn and worlds turn and stories are told in the darkness between sleeping and waking. The crown of Malachor. Some wounds never heal. Some battles end but never finish. Some places become so saturated with suffering that they transcend geography and become states of being. Conditions of consciousness, warnings carved into the fabric of space-time itself. Malachor Tifarg was such a place, and at its heart, buried in the ruins of a Sith temple that predated the Empire by millennia, there rested a crown that should never have been forged, should never have been worn, should never have survived the cataclysm that made Malachor synonymous with horror. The crown of Malachor was not beautiful. Beauty implies grace, implies harmony, implies some relationship to light and life and the forces that build rather than destroy. The crown was none of these things. It was a twisted circlet of dark metal. Some said it was cortosis alloyed with the bones of Sith Lords. Others claimed it was a substance that existed partially in the dark dimension itself, neither fully material nor fully spectral, set with crystals that had been corrupted so thoroughly they no longer merely bled red, but pulsed with something darker, something that suggested purple and black and colors that had no names because they existed only in nightmares and visions of the void. To look at the crown was to feel revulsion and fascination in equal measure, to sense that here was something fundamentally wrong, something that violated natural law simply by existing, yet something that drew the eye and held it, that whispered promises of power and understanding to anyone foolish enough or desperate enough to listen. The crown was forged during the ancient Sith Wars, in an era when the dark side practitioners had not yet refined their philosophy into the rule of two, when hundreds of Sith Lords competed for dominance, when betrayal was not exception but rule, when power was the only currency that mattered and mercy was weakness that invited swift extinction. A Sith sorceress whose name has been deliberately erased from every record that mentioned her, called now only the Shrouded Queen, as if even naming her completely might summon her attention from whatever hell she inhabits, created the crown as a tool of absolute dominion. She understood what most Sith did not or would not admit, that the dark side's power came with a price. That rage and hatred and ambition consumed the wielder as surely as they destroyed enemies, that every Sith Lord eventually be burned out or was overthrown, their power turning inward, eating them hollow. The strong survived longer than the weak, but none survived forever. The dark side was fire that gave warmth and light, but ultimately reduced everything it touched to ash. The Shrouded Queen sought to solve this problem. She would create a tool that could channel the dark side's power without suffering its costs, or rather, a tool that would transfer those costs to others, that would let her wield infinite darkness while spreading the corruption and decay across thousands or millions of souls, distributing the price so widely that no individual, including herself, would have to pay it fully. The crown was her masterwork, her monument, her damnation. She crafted it over 7 years in a temple on Malachor Thief that she had claimed for herself, driving out or killing the other Sith who had been using the site. She worked alone, trusting no one, speaking to no one, becoming increasingly isolated as the work progressed and the dark side saturated her consciousness more completely with each passing day. The rituals she performed to imbue the crown with power were recorded in fragments, in texts that survived the destruction of Malachor, and those fragments are enough to turn the stomach of even hardened dark side scholars. She sacrificed thousands, prisoners, slaves, fellow Sith who she lured to the temple with false promises of alliance. Their deaths were not quick. She needed their suffering, needed their fear and rage and despair, needed to extract every possible quantum of dark side energy from their dying moments and bind it into the metal, into the crystals, into the crown itself. But sacrifice of others was not sufficient. The greatest works of Sith sorcery require the creator to sacrifice something, the Lantern of Och. 2. At the edge of the known galaxy, where star maps grow uncertain and hyperspace routes fade into the unknown regions, there exists an island on a world covered entirely by ocean. The planet is called Och To, And it is old, so old that it remembers a time before the Jedi, before the Republic, before sapient beings looked up at stars and wondered about their place in the cosmos. The stone of Achto is ancient beyond measure, worn smooth by winds that have blown for millions of years, by rains that have fallen since the planet cooled enough to hold liquid water. On this island, among structures that might be the first Jedi temple or might predate even that venerable order, there stands a lighthouse, or stood. Time and language grow uncertain when speaking of places that exist as much in metaphor as in geography, as much in the Force as in physical space. The lighthouse is simple in construction, stone blocks fitted together without mortar, relying on weight and precision to maintain integrity across ages that would reduce lesser buildings to dust. And in the highest chamber of this lighthouse, protected from wind and rain by walls that have stood since before recorded history, there rests a lantern, not large, perhaps the size of a human head, perhaps smaller. Made of materials that seem to shift when you look at them directly. Glass that might be crystal, metal that might be stone, components that suggest different eras of construction, as if the lantern has been repaired and rebuilt countless times across the centuries, yet remains somehow the same object it has always been. The lantern of Ach, too, does not produce light in the way ordinary lanterns do, does not burn fuel or channel electricity or generate photons through any technological means that engineers could understand. Instead, it glows with something that resembles light but is not quite light, something that illuminates not just space but consciousness itself, that makes visible not just physical objects but meanings, connections, the invisible threads that link all things in the vast web of existence. To stand in the presence of the lantern is to see more clearly, not with eyes but with some deeper sense, some capacity for perception that most beings possess but rarely access, that lies dormant until activated by the right catalyst, the right teacher, the right question asked with sufficient sincerity to deserve an answer. The lantern's origin is unknown, or perhaps it has multiple origins, existing simultaneously in different timelines, different versions of history that collapsed into a single narrative only because observers needed history to be coherent, needed events to follow in linear sequence even when the Force itself suggested that time was more fluid, more complex, more paradoxical than mortal minds could comfortably accommodate. One legend says the first Jedi created the lantern during the founding of their order, Araki, crafting it as a tool for meditation and teaching, as a way to help students see the Force more clearly, to perceive the connections between all living things, to understand their place in the cosmic pattern. They placed it in the lighthouse on Achto because the island itself was a nexus point, a place where the Force flowed with unusual clarity, where the boundaries between physical and metaphysical grew thin enough that even those without formal training could sometimes sense something larger, something more, something that invited contemplation and wonder. Another legend claims the lantern predates the Jedi entirely, that it was created by an earlier order whose name has been lost to time, whose philosophy and practices were absorbed into what would become the Jedi tradition but were originally something different. Something that saw the Force not as an energy to be wielded, but as an ocean to be navigated, a current to be followed, a teacher that spoke through signs and symbols and synchronicities that required patience and attention to perceive. A third legend, whispered only among the most esoteric Force traditions, suggests the lantern was not created at all but discovered, that it fell from the sky like a meteorite or rose from the ocean depths like a message in a bottle, that it came from somewhere else, another dimension, another reality, another version of the galaxy where the Force worked differently, or consciousness had evolved along paths that made such artifacts possible. All of these stories might be true, all of them might be false. Or perhaps truth and falsehood are the wrong categories for discussing objects that exist at the intersection of matter and meaning, that function as much through belief as through any measurable physical properties. What is certain is that the lantern has been on Achtu for as long as anyone can remember, that it has served as beacon for pilgrims seeking the first Jedi temple, that it has witnessed the passage of centuries and the rise and fall of galactic civilizations, while remaining essentially unchanged, essentially present, essentially available to those who make the long journey to this remote world at the edge of everything. The lantern's light reveals truth, but not in the way that most expect. It does not expose lies or secrets or hidden deceptions, does not work like a forensic tool that separates fact from fiction. Instead, it reveals deeper truth, patterns that exist beneath the surface of events, meanings that inform experiences but remain invisible to ordinary perception. A Jedi consular named Mara Yinris came to Ahch-To during the High Republic era, seeking guidance about a conflict she had been trying to mediate between two species who claimed the same world as ancestral homeland. Both sides presented compelling evidence, both had legitimate grievances, both were willing to fight rather than compromise. She had spent months studying the case, interviewing witnesses, examining documents, trying to find some fact that would resolve the dispute cleanly. She climbed to the lighthouse chamber at sunset, when the lantern traditionally illuminated, and sat before it in meditation, opening herself to whatever it might show. The lantern glowed, not brightly, not dramatically, but with a gentle radiance that seemed to emanate from within the chamber itself, from the walls and floor and air, making everything visible in a way it had not been visible before. And Mara saw the conflict differently, saw not just the present dispute but the 1,000 years of history that had led to this moment, saw how grievances accumulated across generations, how memories of injustice were passed down like heirlooms, how each side's narrative was true from their perspective but incomplete when viewed from outside. She saw how the planet itself was indifferent to the claims made upon it, how land did not care who walked upon it or what flags were planted in its soil. More than that, she saw the future branches extending from different resolutions. Weinstein saw how granting the planet to one side would create resentment that would fester into violence generations later, saw how dividing it would satisfy no one and plant seeds of future conflict, saw how refusing both sides and declaring it neutral ground would transform their anger at each other into anger at the Republic, potentially driving both toward secession or rebellion. The lantern showed her that there was no clean solution, no choice that would resolve all problems and create lasting peace. Every path led to consequences. Every decision created new problems while solving old ones. The truth it revealed was not an answer but a recognition that complexity cannot be simplified, that conflicts with deep roots cannot be quickly resolved. That wisdom lies not in finding perfect solutions but in choosing thoughtfully among imperfect options and accepting responsibility for the consequences that follow. She descended from the lighthouse without certainty but with clarity. She continued mediating the dispute, but now she understood her role differently, not as someone who would solve the problem, but as someone who would help both sides understand what they were really fighting about, help them see their conflict from outside their own perspectives, help them choose consciously rather than react unconsciously. The conflict was not resolved quickly, but when resolution finally came, a complex agreement that satisfied neither side completely but both sides partially. It held, endured, became foundation for a relationship that was not friendship but was at least functional, workable, sufficient for both species to coexist without violence. Throughout the centuries, the lantern served this function for countless beings who made the pilgrimage to Ahch-To. It did not give power, did not grant visions of the future or reveal hidden knowledge or bestow abilities that the seeker did not already possess. Instead, it clarified, made visible what was already there but obscured by assumptions, by wishful thinking, by the narratives beings told themselves to make reality more bearable or more comprehensible than it actually was. A young Jedi Knight named Kenth Oren came seeking validation for his choice to leave the Order, to pursue a relationship that required abandoning his vows. He expected the lantern to either confirm that love was more important than duty or reveal that he was deluding himself, that his feelings were selfish rather than sacred. Instead, the lantern showed him that both were true simultaneously, that love and duty were both real values, both legitimate concerns, and that choosing between them meant accepting loss, losing either the relationship or the community that had shaped him, either path requiring grief, either choice forever foreclosing possibilities that the other path would have opened. He sat with this truth for hours, weeping, because he had wanted a clear answer and received instead the clarity that no answer would be clean, that being adult meant making choices where all options carried costs, where maturity was measured not by choosing correctly, but by choosing consciously, and then living with what you had chosen without resentment or regret. He left Ahch-To and returned to the Order. Not because it was the right choice in any absolute sense, but because it was his choice, made with full awareness of what he was giving up and what he was preserving, made in sorrow, but also in acceptance, in understanding that the complexity of the choice was itself part of the teaching, part of what the Force wanted him to learn about the nature of commitment and sacrifice and the ways that love expresses itself through difficult renunciations as surely as through passionate embrace. A dark Jedi named Sareth Kaney came to Ahch-To, pursuing rumors that the Lantern could show pathways to power, could reveal secrets of the Force that the Jedi hoarded for themselves. She climbed to the lighthouse chamber with arrogance, with certainty that she would take what she needed and leave, that nothing here could challenge her or change her or show her anything she did not already know. The Lantern glowed for her as it glowed for everyone, indifferent to her intentions, responsive only to her presence, to her consciousness approaching it with questions whether she admitted she had questions or not. And it showed her something she had not expected, had not prepared for, had no defense against. It showed her herself. Not her self-image, not the story she told about who she was and why her choices were justified, but her actual self, seen from outside her own perspective, seen as the Force might see her, as a being whose suffering had driven her to seek power, whose fear of vulnerability had made her embrace cruelty, whose need to feel special had made her interpret normal Force abilities as signs of unique destiny. The Lantern showed her that she was not special, not chosen, not destined for greatness. She was ordinary, wounded, scared, trying to solve problems that could not be solved through power because they were problems of meaning, problems of connection, problems that required vulnerability rather than strength, openness rather than control. She fled the chamber, fled the island, fled Ahch-To entirely, unable to bear what she had seen, unable to integrate the truth into her existing understanding of herself. But the vision stayed with her, worked on her slowly over years, gradually eroding the certainty that had sustained her dark path, creating cracks through which doubt and then questioning and then eventually transformation could enter. She never returned to the light side completely. The damage was too deep, the patterns too ingrained, but she stopped actively pursuing darkness, stopped harming others in service of her own aggrandizement, became instead something gray, something uncertain, something that existed in the space between the categories the galaxy used to classify Force users. The Lantern bore witness to the great turnings of galactic history from its remote vantage point, its light continuing to shine even when no one came to see it, even when the island was deserted, even when the entire galaxy seemed to have forgotten that Ahch-To existed, or that the first Jedi Temple had ever stood upon this windswept rock at the edge of the known worlds. During the fall of the Jedi Order, when Darth Sidious executed Order 66 and clone troopers turned on their generals, when the temple on Coruscant burned and Jedi across the galaxy died or fled, a master named Tiran Kor made his way to Ahch-To, following half-remembered legends about a place where the first Jedi had walked, where some original understanding of the Force might still be accessible. He was wounded, not just physically, though he bore blaster burns from his escape, but spiritually, psychologically, in ways that went deeper than flesh. He had watched his Padawan die, had killed clones who had been his friends and allies for years, had felt through the Force the mass extinction of his order, had experienced a kind of death himself as the network of connections that had sustained his sense of identity was severed strand by strand. He climbed to the lighthouse more dead than alive, expecting nothing, hoping for nothing, simply following the last momentum of his Jedi training that said, when you have nowhere else to go, return to the beginning, return to the source, return to the place where it all started, and perhaps find there some reason to continue. The Lantern glowed for him in the darkness, and he wept before he even saw what it showed him. Wept because something still worked, something still shone, something had not been destroyed by the catastrophe that had consumed everything he had known and believed in. The order was gone, but the light remained, indifferent to politics and purges, continuing its function because that was its nature, because consciousness, observing consciousness, was older than institutions, more fundamental than any single tradition's approach to the Force. What the Lantern showed him was this: the Jedi Order had been necessary and had become obsolete, had served its purpose and needed to end so that something new could emerge, had accumulated too much dogma and institutional rigidity and political compromise to continue serving the Force's needs. The purge was tragedy for every individual who died, but it was also transformation for the Force itself, creating space for different approaches, different philosophies, different ways of understanding the light and dark, and the relationship between consciousness and cosmic power. He saw that his grief was appropriate, was necessary, was part of the transformation, but he also saw that clinging to what had been, trying to resurrect the old order in its previous form, would be missing the lesson, would be refusing the change that the Force was implementing through catastrophe. His task was not to rebuild the Jedi as they had been, but to carry forward what was essential, what was true in their teaching, and let the rest fall away, dissolve, become compost for whatever grew next. This vision did not make his grief less, did not make his loss bearable or his suffering meaningful in some redemptive way, but it gave him context, gave him perspective that was larger than his personal pain, and in that larger frame he found the strength to continue, to survive, to hold the teaching through the dark years when it seemed the light had been extinguished entirely. He lived on Ahch-To for the rest of his life, tending the lighthouse, maintaining the lantern, serving as guardian for the handful of pilgrims who found their way to the island during the Empire's long night. He taught what he had learned, not as doctrine, but as suggestion, not as rules, but as principles that might help others navigate their own relationships with the Force. And when he died at peace, having seen through the lantern's light that endings are not failures, that transformation requires death of what was to make space for what will be, that consciousness continues regardless of what forms it wears or abandons. When Luke Skywalker came to Ahch-To, seeking the first Jedi Temple, seeking understanding of what the Jedi had been and what they needed to become, he found the lantern still burning in its lighthouse chamber, still glowing with its strange, not quite light, still waiting for the next consciousness to approach it with questions. He sat before it many times during his years of exile, during his long meditation on failure and responsibility and the weight of legacy. The lantern showed him many things, his own fear masquerading as wisdom, his own grief masquerading as insight, his own desire to punish himself for failing Ben Solo masquerading as principled refusal to train another student who might fall. But it also showed him the pattern of which he was part, the long story of the Jedi that included his failure as one chapter among many, that continued regardless of his personal despair, that was larger and more resilient than any individual contribution or catastrophe. He saw that the Jedi would continue because the Force needed them to continue, needed some tradition that taught connection and compassion and service, even if that tradition had to die and be reborn countless times across the ages. He saw that his role was not to be the last Jedi. That was ego, was self-importance, was making his own story the center when it was really only one more chapter in a narrative that had no ending. His role was to be a bridge, to carry the teaching forward until the next generation could take it up, to serve even in failure, perhaps especially in failure, because failure taught what success could not, humbled what pride made rigid, opened what certainty had closed. When Rey came to the island seeking training, seeking the Jedi way, Luke initially refused her, convinced that the Jedi needed to end, that their legacy was failure, and their continuation would only perpetuate that failure. But the lantern, glowing in its chamber, reminded him of what he had learned during years of meditation before it, that the pattern was larger than his personal judgment, that the Force continued regardless of his opinion about what should happen, that his task was not to decide whether the Jedi should continue, but to serve the continuance that was already happening, was inevitable, was written into the structure of how consciousness relates to cosmic power. He trained Rey, not as Jedi had always been trained, but as this moment required, as her particular needs and gifts demanded, as the Force itself seemed to suggest through the synchronicities and connections that arranged themselves around her presence. He taught from failure, taught from doubt, taught from the understanding that wisdom comes not from certainty, but from the willingness to continue questioning, to continue learning, to continue serving, even when you cannot see how your service matters or where it leads. The lantern witnessed all of this, held all of these moments in its gentle illumination, added them to the countless other moments it had witnessed across millennia, building a record that existed not in written form, but in the Force itself, in the deep memory that consciousness shares across time and space, in the infinite library where every thought and feeling and choice is preserved forever, available to those who learn how to access it, who developed the sensitivity to read what the universe writes about itself through the actions of conscious beings. After Luke's death, after the island was again abandoned, the lantern continued its vigil, continued glowing at sunset and through the night, continued offering its clarifying light to whatever consciousness approached it, whether sentient being or force-sensitive animal or even the wind itself, which seemed sometimes to move with something approaching intention, something approaching awareness of what the lighthouse represented and why it mattered. Some nights, beings appeared before the lantern who should not have been able to appear. Force ghosts, some might call them, though that term is inadequate, too literal, too bound to ideas about life and death that do not capture what actually happens when a consciousness learns to persist beyond the dissolution of its physical form. These beings, Jedi Masters, Sith Lords, Force mystics from traditions that had no names, would stand in the chamber and gaze at the lantern, seeing in its light reflections of their own journeys, their own struggles with understanding what the Force was asking of them, their own attempts to serve something larger than themselves. They did not speak, these visitors who were memory and presence simultaneously. They simply witnessed, added their consciousness to the accumulated awareness that the lighthouse held, that the island preserved, that to offer to anyone willing to journey to this remote place and sit in silence and ask questions that had no simple answers but deserved to be asked regardless. The lantern became, in these years of abandonment, something more than it had been when the island was inhabited, when pilgrims came regularly, when it served clear functions within living traditions. It became pure symbol, pure metaphor, pure reminder that consciousness, examining itself, is the fundamental activity, the core purpose, the reason the Force bothers to become conscious at all in the forms of individual beings who live and die and pass their understanding forward to those who come after. New pilgrims would eventually come. They always did, across the cycles of galactic history, across the rise and fall of orders and empires and republics. The Force ensured that some beings would feel the pull, would follow the strange certainty that somewhere at the edge of the galaxy there existed a place that mattered, a light that showed what needed to be seen, a teacher that taught without words what could not be taught any other way. The Lantern of Ash. To burns now as it has always burned, will always burn, whether anyone sees it or not, whether anyone understands it or not, whether anyone benefits from its teaching or not. It burns because that is its nature, because consciousness observing reality is self-sustaining, requires no external justification, continues simply because it can, because it must, because that is what consciousness does when given form and purpose and the deep time necessary to fulfill its function. In the lighthouse chamber on the island at the edge of everything, the lantern glows with light that is not light, illuminates space that is not quite space, reveals truths that are not quite truths because they are more fundamental than truth, deeper than fact, older than knowledge itself. It shows what is, stripped of interpretation, stripped of narrative, stripped of the stories consciousness tells to make reality manageable, comprehensible, bearable. And in that showing, in that revelation, there is a kind of peace. Not the peace of resolution or the peace of happy endings or the peace of finally understanding everything, but the peace of seeing clearly, even if what you see is complexity beyond your capacity to fully grasp, even if what you see is suffering that cannot be fixed, even if what you see is yourself in all your limitation and confusion and desperate need to matter in a universe that is infinite and therefore makes all particular matters simultaneously essential and insignificant. The lantern teaches that both are true. You matter and you do not matter. Your life is critical and your life is trivial. Your choices shape reality and reality continues regardless of your choices. This paradox is not problem to be solved but truth to be inhabited, lived within, accepted as the condition of consciousness itself. Rest in that acceptance. Let the lantern's light illuminate not your surroundings but your awareness of your surroundings. Not the world but your relationship with the world. Not reality, but your experience of reality. Let it show you that seeing clearly is enough, that understanding completely is not required, that the wisdom to act without certainty is the only wisdom available and therefore the only wisdom necessary. The lighthouse stands on its island, stone worn smooth by time and wind and rain, foundation stable because it was laid with care by beings who understood that some structures need to last, that some functions need to continue across ages that reduce most accomplishments to dust and memory. The lantern glows in its chamber, patient as only things can be that exist to serve rather than to be served, that fulfill their purpose through simple persistence rather than through achievement or conquest, or any of the metrics that conscious beings use to measure success. And the light continues, spreading across water that reflects it back into sky that holds it briefly before releasing it into space where it travels until it exhausts itself or finds some distant eye to receive it, some consciousness to recognize it as message, as teaching, as reminder that somewhere in the galaxy there burns a light that shows truth to those willing to look, that reveals what is to those willing to see, that illuminates the path for those willing to walk it even when the path leads through darkness, through uncertainty, through territory so unmapped that each step is an act of faith that ground will hold, that something waits to the end even if that something is only more walking, more searching, more questions leading to deeper questions, leading eventually to the silence from which all questions emerge and to which all answers eventually return. The lantern burns, the lighthouse stands, the island waits, and at the edge of the galaxy, where maps end and mystery begins, the first teaching continues. Look clearly, see truly, accept completely, and then, having seen, having accepted, having understood as much as understanding is possible, continue, serve, love, act. Not because you are certain of the outcome, but because action itself is the teaching, because consciousness expressing itself through choice and compassion, and the willingness to try even when success is uncertain, that is what it means to be alive, to be Jedi, to be human or Wookiee or droid, or any form that consciousness takes when it decides to become particular, to become limited, to become mortal in order to learn what mortality teaches about the preciousness of moments and the necessity of kindness in a universe that is vast enough to make individual suffering invisible but intimate enough to make that suffering matter to those who witness it, who care for it, who refuse to look away even when looking away would be easier, more comfortable, less demanding of the courage that compassion requires. The Blade of Tython. Before the lightsaber, before the elegant weapon for a more civilized age, before kyber crystals were bound to metal hilts and Force users carried plasma blades that hummed with contained power, there was steel, simple steel, forged in fire, shaped by hammer and anvil, cooled in water or oil or blood depending on the smith's tradition and what properties they sought to imbue in the finished blade. On Tython, the birthplace of the Jedi Order, or one of the birthplaces, history grows uncertain when reaching back to those early days when the Force was still being named, still being understood, still being explored by beings who sensed power flowing through all things but had not yet systematized that sensing into doctrine or technique. On Tython, in those ancient days, a weapon was forged that would become legend, would become symbol, would become teaching embodied in metal and edge. They called it simply the Blade, as if no other name was necessary, as if calling it anything more elaborate would be claiming understanding that the makers themselves did not possess. It was a sword, roughly the length of a human arm, single-edged, slightly curved, balanced perfectly so that it became an extension of the wielder's intention rather than a separate tool requiring conscious manipulation. The metal was not special. Iron drawn from Tython's earth, smelted in forges that burned wood from Tython's forest, hammered on anvils that had been carried from some other world by the first Force sensitives who came to this place seeking isolation, seeking a location where they could study the Force without interference from skeptics or those who would use their discoveries for conquest rather than understanding. What made the blade remarkable was not its material, but the process of its forging. The smith, whose name is recorded in the oldest text as Master Rajim, though whether this was a personal name or a title is unclear, understood something about the relationship between consciousness and matter, between intention and form, between the spiritual and the physical that most smiths did not understand or did not believe. Master Rajim forged the blade over the course of a full year, working only at times when Tython's Force energies flowed with particular clarity, when the natural balance of the planet was most harmonious, when the boundaries between meditation and action grew thin enough that the work itself became meditation, became prayer, became teaching received and embodied simultaneously. Each hammer blow was accompanied by a mantra, by a focusing of intention, by a channeling of the force into the metal that was being shaped. Not crudely, not as some later force users would attempt to imbue objects with power through brute application of energy, but subtly, gently, inviting the force to flow through the work, to inform it, to make the blade not merely a piece of sharp metal, but something that resonated with the deeper patterns that connected all things. The result was a weapon that cut not just flesh and bone, but intention itself. A warrior facing the blade in combat would find their attacks deflected before they were fully formed, their strategies anticipated before they were fully conceived, their aggression turned back upon itself through some quality in the metal that seemed to understand violence and how to neutralize it without meeting force with force. The blade was not created for war. Master Rajim forged it as a teaching tool, as a demonstration of what became possible when craft and consciousness merged, when the maker brought to their work not just skill, but awareness, not just technique, but presence, not just effort, but love for the material and the process and the purpose that the finished object would serve. It was given to a student named Ketu, who had been training in the force for 7 years, who had developed considerable power but struggled with control, with the refinement necessary to use the power wisely rather than simply wielding it like a club against whatever problems arose. Ketu was prone to forced solutions, to overpowering obstacles rather than flowing around them, to treating the force as tool rather than as teacher, as river to be dammed rather than current to be navigated. Master Rajim presented the blade to Ketu with simple instructions. Carry this, train with it, let it teach you what I cannot teach through words. Ketu accepted, not understanding, expecting the blade to be like other weapons, to be mastered through repetition and strength and the accumulation of technique. But the blade did not work that way. When Ketu tried to practice the aggressive forms that came naturally, tried to cut with force and power and the intention to dominate, the blade felt wrong in hand. Heavy when it should have been light, clumsy when it should have been graceful, resistant when it should have been cooperative. Frustrated, Ketu brought these concerns to Master Rajim, who smiled and said only, "The blade is teaching. Are you listening?" It took months before Ketu began to understand. The blade responded not to force, but to flow, not to aggression, but to precision, not to the intention to destroy, but to the intention to move in harmony with what the moment required. When Ketu stopped trying to impose will on the weapon and instead allowed the weapon to guide the movements, when Ketu learned to sense what the blade was suggesting and cooperate with those suggestions rather than fighting them, everything changed. The weapon became weightless, became natural, became an extension of Ketu's consciousness rather than a separate object requiring conscious control. And in learning to work with the blade, Ketu learned to work with the force itself in new ways, learned that power came not from assertion but from alignment, not from dominance but from cooperation, not from forcing reality to conform to your will but from sensing reality's currents and moving with them toward purposes that served harmony rather than personal ambition. This was the blade's first teaching, and it would not be its last. Ketu carried it for 40 years, becoming a master in turn, training students and passing on not just force techniques but the deeper lessons about relationship and cooperation, and the paradox that power increases when you stop grasping for it, when you let it flow through you rather than trying to possess it. When Ketu died, peacefully, surrounded by students, having lived long enough to see several generations, trained and released into the galaxy to serve as they were called, the blade was passed to another student, one who showed similar struggles with control, similar tendencies toward force rather than finesse. And so began a tradition that would continue for centuries. The blade would be given to students who needed its particular teaching, would serve its wielders until they understood what it had to offer, then would be passed on to the next student who required the same lesson in their own way, in their own time, through their own unique process of struggle and understanding and eventual integration. The blade saw the Jedi Order grow from small community of mystics to galactic institution. It witnessed the establishment of the Temple on Coruscant, the formalization of training methods, the creation of the Jedi Code, the slow transformation of exploration into doctrine, of questions into answers, of living tradition into institutional structure. And through all of this, the blade continued its simple teaching, that the Force is not power to be wielded, but relationship to be honored, not energy to be commanded, but presence to be served, not tool for accomplishing your purposes, but teacher, showing you purposes deeper than those your limited perspective can perceive. Not all who carried the blade understood this teaching. Some wielded it simply as weapon, as very fine sword that cut cleanly and balanced perfectly but held no deeper significance beyond its practical utility. These wielders found the blade adequate but not remarkable, useful but not transformative. They completed their assignments with it, fought their battles with it, then passed it on without understanding what they had missed, what opportunity for growth they had failed to recognize or had recognized but chosen not to pursue. But others, those who approached the blade with openness, with curiosity, with willingness to be taught rather than certainty that they already knew everything worth knowing, these wielders found in the blade a gateway to understanding that transformed not just their combat abilities, but their entire relationship with the Force, with themselves, with the nature of consciousness and how it participates in the unfolding of reality. There was a Jedi Guardian named Sarah Nom who received the blade during the Mandalorian Wars, during that terrible time when the Order was divided between those who believed intervention was necessary and those who counseled patience, waiting for the Force to reveal clearer guidance. Sarah fought on the front lines, saw horrors that tested her faith, made choices that saved lives but cost pieces of her soul, the pieces that believed in clear moral categories, in the simplicity of light and dark, in the Jedi as unambiguous heroes serving unambiguous good. She carried the blade through campaigns where its perfect balance and force-resonant edge saved her life repeatedly, where its ability to deflect attacks before they fully formed gave her margins of survival that should not have been possible. But she did not understand what the weapon was trying to teach until after the war ended, until she returned to Coruscant and attempted to resume normal Jedi duties and found she could not. The meditation halls felt false to her, the teachings felt hollow, the certainties that sustained other Jedi felt to her like lies, like comfortable delusions that could only be maintained by those who had not seen what she had seen, who had not made the choices she had made, who had not felt the weight of compromises that saved some lives by sacrificing others. She withdrew to the training halls and practiced with the blade for hours each day, not because she needed to maintain combat skills, but because the movement gave her something to do with the rage and grief and disillusionment that churned inside her. And slowly, as weeks became months, as months became a year, she began to notice something. The blade was absorbing her emotions. Not literally, it was not some dark side artifact that fed on suffering, but metaphorically, or perhaps not metaphorically at all, perhaps through some property of the force-resonant metal that allowed it to accept what she was offering and transform it. The way earth accepts fallen leaves and transforms them into soil. The way ocean accepts rivers and transforms them into salt water. The way consciousness accepts experience and transforms it into memory and meaning. She realized that the blade was teaching her something crucial, that transformation requires acceptance, that you cannot heal what you refuse to feel, that the path through trauma is not around it or over it, but directly through the center, experiencing it fully, letting it move through you rather than storing it in your body and psyche where it festers and poisons everything it touches. She began to practice differently. Instead of using the form to distract herself from her pain, she brought her pain into the forms. Let the movements become expressions of grief. Let the blade's edge cut through not enemies, but through her own resistance to feeling what she felt, accepting what she had done, forgiving herself for being human rather than the perfect Jedi ideal she had believed she needed to be. The transformation was not quick. Healing never is. But gradually, as she practiced with the blade day after day, letting it teach her through the wisdom of the body, through the knowing that lives in muscle and breath and the focused attention that combat training cultivates, she found peace. Not the peace of forgetting or denial, but the peace of integration, of becoming whole, not through rejecting the darkness she had experienced, but through incorporating it, letting it inform her wisdom, letting her wounds become sources of compassion rather than sources of bitterness. She carried the blade for the rest of her life, became a master who specialized in helping other Jedi process trauma, who understood from direct experience that the Code's teachings about non-attachment did not mean not feeling, but meant feeling fully and then letting go, meant experiencing emotions as weather that passes through rather than as identity that defines you. During the Clone Wars, the blade was carried by a Jedi named Tarn Meeson, a general who led clone battalions against separatist forces. Tarn was a brilliant strategist, tactician who could read battlefields the way poets read text, seeing patterns and possibilities that others missed. But Tarn struggled with the clones themselves, with seeing them as individuals rather than as units, with acknowledging that beneath the armor and training were beings with consciousness, with desires and fears and personalities that made them unique, even though they shared genetic code and accelerated aging and all the other modifications that made them ideal soldiers. The blade taught Tarn differently than it had taught previous wielders. In combat, when Tarn fought beside the clones, the blade seemed to resonate not with Tarn's intentions, but with the intentions of the clones nearby, seemed to move in ways that protected them, that anticipated threats they faced, that turned Tarn's individual combat prowess into team effort, into cooperative dance where everyone's movement served everyone else's survival. Tarn began to pay attention to this, began to notice that the blade worked best when Tarn stopped thinking of the clones as subordinates to be commanded and started experiencing them as partners to be coordinated with. And in noticing this, Tarn began to see the clones differently, began to learn their names and their individual quirks and their private jokes and the small rebellions through which they asserted their personhood. Despite the Republic's insistence that they were property, were weapons, were tools to be used and discarded when they broke. This recognition changed how Tarn fought, how Tarn led, how Tarn related to command structure and military objectives and the whole apparatus of war that treated beings as resources rather than as people. Tarn began to refuse missions that would cost too many clone lives, began to prioritize evacuation and retreat when battles turned against them, began to speak in war councils about the value of clone lives in ways that made some Jedi uncomfortable because it raised questions about the entire clone army project that most preferred not to examine too closely. The council censured Tarn eventually, suggested that attachment to the clones was affecting judgment, was compromising the mission, was showing weakness that the separatists would exploit. Tarn listened to these concerns and rejected them, made the choice that the clones were people and people mattered more than abstract missions or strategic objectives or the Republic's survival, if that survival required treating conscious beings as expendable. Tarn survived Order 66 because the clones in Tarn's battalion refused to execute the order. They had been taught by Tarn's example that individuals mattered, that consciousness deserved respect, that orders were not absolute if they violated the fundamental recognition of personhood that made civilization possible. They hid Tarn, helped Tarn escape, gave their lives in some cases to ensure that the Jedi who had seen them as people rather than property would survive to remember them, to honor them, to carry forward the lesson they had learned together about what it means to treat others as ends rather than means, as subjects rather than objects, as beings whose existence mattered for its own sake rather than for what it could accomplish or produce. After the fall of the Jedi Order, the blade was lost for generations, hidden or forgotten or deliberately concealed by survivors who understood that artifacts connected to the Jedi would be seized by the Empire, would be destroyed or corrupted, would be used as propaganda tools to justify the Purge and the Emperor's narrative that the Jedi had been corrupt, had needed to be eliminated for the galaxy's protection. It surfaced again during the rebellion, found by a scavenger on some forgotten world, sold to a collector who recognized it as old, but not as significant, traded through several hands before it came to the attention of Mon Mothma, who had been learning what she could about the old Jedi, about their teachings and artifacts and the wisdom that might help guide the rebellion toward becoming more than just resistance, toward building the kind of galaxy that would be worth the sacrifices the rebellion demanded. She did not keep the blade. She was not force sensitive, could not use it for its intended purpose, but she understood that symbols mattered, that connecting the rebellion to the Jedi legacy gave them moral authority, gave them claim to representing something older and more legitimate than the Empire's manufactured order. She displayed the blade in Alliance headquarters, let it serve as a reminder of what they were fighting for, what traditions they sought to preserve or restore or reinvent in forms appropriate to the new age. Luke Skywalker saw the blade during a visit to headquarters, felt drawn to it in ways he could not articulate, asked if he could examine it. Mon Mothma granted permission, and Luke spent an hour in meditation with the ancient weapon, not wielding it, but simply sitting in its presence, opening himself to whatever it might have to teach. What he felt was not dramatic vision or profound revelation, but something simpler, something that might have seemed mundane if it were not so important. He felt that the Jedi tradition was not dead, that it continued through him whether he was ready for that responsibility or not, that the Force had preserved what needed to be preserved and would guide the restoration if he could learn to listen, to trust, to serve, rather than trying to control or predict or ensure outcomes through his own limited understanding. He did not take the blade with him. He had his lightsaber, his father's weapon, and that carried its own significance, its own teaching. But he carried the blade's lesson, carried the understanding that the Force worked through lineage and tradition but was not bound by them, that each generation had to forge their own relationship with cosmic power, and that relationship would necessarily be different from what came before, while still honoring what came before, still building on foundations laid by those who walked the path previously. In the years after the Empire's fall, during the New Republic era, when Luke was attempting to rebuild the Jedi Order, the blade was placed in the temple he established and was given to students who showed promise but also showed the kinds of struggles that the blade specialized in addressing: students who were powerful but lacked subtlety, who were skilled but lacked wisdom, who could manipulate the Force but had not yet learned to cooperate with it, to listen to it, to let it guide them toward purposes larger than their individual ambitions or fears. Ben Solo trained with the blade for a time, and those who observed reported that he showed remarkable aptitude, that the weapon seemed to respond to him in ways it did not respond to other students, that his movements with it were fluid and natural and devastatingly effective. But they also noted that he seemed to resist what the blade was trying to teach, seemed to use it purely as weapon rather than as teacher, seemed to approach it with the same force of will mentality that the blade had been created specifically to challenge and transform. Luke worried about this but did not intervene directly. Hoped that with time and patience, Ben would begin to understand what the blade offered beyond its utility in combat. But that understanding never came, or came too late, or came in forms twisted by the dark side influences that were already working on Ben, already turning his frustration with Jedi limitations into contempt for Jedi principles, his struggles with control into embrace of domination, his fear of inadequacy into hunger for power that would prove his worth. When Ben destroyed the temple, when he killed the students who would not join him and fled with those who would, he took the blade with him, not because he valued it particularly. He had his own lightsaber by then, his own weapon that expressed his own relationship with the Force, but because he understood that artifacts mattered to Luke, that taking them would be another wound, another way of severing Luke's connection to the past he was trying to honor and restore. The blade served Kylo Ren for a time, was used in missions for the First Order, was carried into battles where its Force-resonant edge cut through enemies with terrible efficiency. But Kylo never truly connected with the weapon, never allowed it to teach what it was designed to teach, never opened himself to the possibility that power might be found in places other than assertion and domination, and the dark side's promise that strength comes from embracing anger, fear, and hatred as fuels for action. Eventually, he discarded it, left it in some bunker or armory or storage facility, forgot about it among the countless other weapons and tools and artifacts that the First Order accumulated in its attempts to resurrect Imperial power and impose order on a galaxy that persisted in refusing such impositions, that continued to generate resistance and rebellion and refusal to submit no matter how much force was applied. The blade rests now in some forgotten place, or has been found and claimed by someone who may or may not understand its significance, may or may not be ready for its teaching. The Force has ways of ensuring that tools find their way to those who need them, that teachings arrive when students are prepared to receive them, that nothing truly valuable is ever permanently lost because value exists in consciousness rather than objects, in understanding rather than possession, in the relationships between beings and principles rather than the relationships between beings and things. Someday, perhaps the blade will be recovered by the Jedi who will eventually arise from the ashes of Luke's failed temple, from the seeds that Rey and others like her will plant, from the eternal return of the Force's need to express itself through traditions that teach connection and compassion and service to something larger than individual survival or success. That future Jedi will hold the blade and feel its weight, will practice with it and learn its balance, will carry it into whatever conflicts the future holds and discover through direct experience what countless previous wielders discovered. That true power comes not from force but from flow, not from domination but from cooperation, not from imposing your will on reality but from sensing reality's currents and moving with them toward destinations you could not have predicted or planned but recognize as right, as necessary, as exactly where you need to be, even if you do not understand why. The blade will teach this lesson as it has always taught it, not through words or explicit instruction, but through the wisdom of the body, through the knowing that lives in muscle memory and breath and the focused attention that practice cultivates. It will teach that consciousness and matter can cooperate, that intention can inform form, that the spiritual and physical are not separate realms but different aspects of a unified reality that becomes apparent when you learn to perceive deeply enough, to feel subtly enough, to trust in connections that reason alone cannot verify but that direct experience confirms again and again for those willing to explore them. And in learning from the blade, in allowing it to guide and teach and reveal, future generations will reconnect with something essential that the Jedi tradition has sometimes forgotten in its various iterations. That the Force is not power to be hoarded or controlled, but relationship to be cultivated. That wisdom comes not from certainty, but from the willingness to remain open and curious and humble in the face of mystery that extends infinitely in all directions. The blade of Tython waits in darkness or light, in some vault or some battlefield, or some merchant's stall where it appears to be simply old sword. Valuable, perhaps to collectors, but not remarkable. Not special, not worth the attention of those who seek obvious power or dramatic significance. It waits with the patience of metal that has been folded and hammered and shaped by a master who understood that true craft is prayer made manifest, is consciousness cooperating with matter to create forms that serve purposes beyond utility, beyond function, beyond the immediate and obvious, towards something that persists across ages, that teaches across generations, that remains available to anyone who approaches with openness rather than grasping, with curiosity rather than certainty, with willingness to be changed rather than determination to change everything else while remaining fundamentally unchanged themselves. Rest in the knowing that such teachers exist, that such tools persist, that the Force ensures that what is needed will be provided to those ready to receive it, use it, pass it forward. Rest in the understanding that you carry within you everything necessary for the work that is yours to do, that external tools only reveal and amplify what was already present, already possible, already waiting to be recognized and claimed and put to use in service of the larger purposes that consciousness serves when it remembers that it is not separate from the whole, but is the whole examining itself from one more angle, one more perspective, one more temporary vantage point that will dissolve eventually, but that matters intensely while it exists, while it perceives, while it acts in the world with whatever grace and wisdom it has managed to accumulate through the short, strange miracle of being alive and aware in a universe that is itself alive and aware and telling its story through the medium of beings like you, like the Jedi who forged and carried the blade, like everyone who has ever sought meaning and found instead questions, sought certainty and found instead the courage to continue despite uncertainty, sought power and found instead the greater power that comes from surrender, from trust, from allowing yourself to be instrument through which something larger than you accomplishes, purposes you may never fully understand, but can learn to serve with wholehearted devotion regardless. The shard of the prime world. In the beginning, though beginning is perhaps the wrong word for something that may have no beginning, that may exist outside time entirely, that may be both origin and destination simultaneously, there was a world. Not the first world, because worlds had been forming from stellar dust for billions of years before this particular planet coalesced around its particular star. But the first world where the Force became conscious of itself, where matter organized itself into patterns complex enough to support awareness, where the universe opened eyes for the first time and looked back at itself with something approaching wonder. The ancient texts call it the prime world, though they give no coordinates, no location, no way to find it among the countless billions of stars that populate the galaxy. Some scholars believe it never existed in physical form, that it was always metaphor, always symbolic representation of the Force's first awakening to its own nature. Others insist it was real, is real, continues to exist somewhere in the unknown regions or beyond the galactic rim, hidden or protected or simply forgotten by beings who no longer remember. That before their civilizations rose, before their histories began, there was this one place where everything started. From this prime world, according to legends that predate even the Jedi, there came fragments, Pieces broken off not by violence or catastrophe, but by intention, by the world itself choosing to distribute parts of its essence across the galaxy to spread consciousness like seeds that would grow into new forms, new species, new expressions of the force's infinite creativity. One such fragment, perhaps the largest, perhaps the most significant, perhaps simply the one whose story was recorded while others were forgotten, came to be known as the Shard of the Prime World. It was stone, or appeared to be stone, roughly the size of a human torso, irregular in shape, covered in patterns that might have been writing or might have been the natural structure of whatever material comprised it, which seemed to shift between categories between mineral and crystal and something organic, something that suggested the shard was not merely object but also organism, not merely matter but also consciousness, frozen in a form that could persist across ages that would erase everything else. The shard radiated presence, not heat, not light, not any measurable energy that instruments could detect. But beings who stood near it felt something, a sense of being observed, of being known, of standing before awareness that was vast and ancient and utterly impersonal, that saw you completely without judging you at all, that held your existence in attention the way ocean holds a single drop of water, recognizing it as part of itself but not particularly concerned with its individual trajectory or fate. To touch the shard was to experience connection to everything, not metaphorically, not as poetic description of some subtle feeling, but literally, viscerally, undeniably. You felt your consciousness expand until it encompassed not just your body, but your surroundings, not just your present, but your past and potential futures, not just yourself, but the beings around you and the planet beneath you and the star that warmed the planet and the galaxy that held the star and the universe that contained the galaxy in patterns nested within, patterns extending infinitely in all directions through space and time and dimensions that had no names because consciousness had not evolved far enough to perceive them clearly enough to name. This experience was overwhelming for most beings. The human mind, the Twi'lek consciousness, the Wookiee awareness, these were evolved to navigate local environments, to track threats and resources in social relationships, to solve the immediate problems of survival and reproduction and maintaining the groups that made individual survival possible. They were not designed to hold cosmic perspective, to experience the universe as a unified field of consciousness expressing itself through infinite variations, to feel their individual identity dissolving into something so vast that calling it God or the Force or being itself seemed equally inadequate, equally incomplete, equally incapable of capturing what was actually being experienced. Some who touched the shard went mad, their minds, unable to process the influx of information and awareness and connection, shattered into fragments that could not be reassembled, that left them catatonic or babbling or violent in their desperate attempts to make the experience stop. To return to the comfortable illusion of separation, of being individual consciousness, isolated in individual body rather than the truth the shard revealed. That separation was fiction, that individuality was temporary configuration of something that had never been divided and could never be divided regardless of how many forms it took. Others who touched it emerged transformed but functional, carrying the memory of expansion without being destroyed by it, able to navigate ordinary reality while holding somewhere in their awareness the knowledge that ordinary reality was surface layer on something deeper. Something that included but vastly exceeded what normally called itself consciousness or identity or self. The earliest record of the shard comes from a text fragment found on Ossus, written in a language that predates Basic by thousands of years, that required 3 different scholarly traditions to partially translate. The fragment describes a pilgrimage site, a place where beings came from across the known worlds to experience what the text calls the remembering. Not learning something new, but recalling what consciousness had always known, but forgotten in the process of becoming particular, becoming limited, becoming individual. The pilgrimage was not easy, required crossing dangerous territory, surviving tests that were as much spiritual as physical, demonstrating commitment and sincerity before being permitted to approach the shard. Many attempted the journey, most turned back when the challenges proved too difficult or when they realized they were not actually ready for what awaited at the end. What revelation or transformation or dissolution awaited those who completed the pilgrimage and stood before the fragment of the prime world. Those who succeeded, who reached the shard and touched it and survived the experience with minds intact, returned to their communities changed. They spoke differently, moved differently, related to others with a compassion and patience that seemed to come from some source deeper than personality or character. They became teachers, healers, guides, not because they sought those roles, but because their presence itself taught, their being itself healed, their existence itself guided, simply by demonstrating what became possible when you remembered your connection to everything, when you stopped defending the boundaries of self and allowed consciousness to flow where it needed to flow. These transformed pilgrims became the first Force mystics, the prototypes for what would eventually become the Jedi and the Sith, and all the other traditions that arose from humanity's attempt to understand and work with the power they sensed flowing through all things. They established monasteries near the shard, created practices for helping others approach it safely, developed techniques for integrating the expansion experience without being destroyed by it. But even with guidance, even with preparation, the shard remained dangerous, remained challenging, remained uncompromising in its revelation that you were not who you thought you were, that your identity was construct built on convenient fictions, that everything you believed about yourself was true only from one very narrow perspective and completely false from the larger view that the shard forced you to adopt, forced you to inhabit, forced you to recognize as more real than the limited ego perspective that normally defined your experience of existence. A mystic named Theron of Ossus spent 40 years teaching students how to approach the shard, how to prepare their minds and spirits for the expansion experience, how to create space in their consciousness for the vastness that would pour in when they touched the fragment. He developed elaborate meditation techniques, carefully sequenced practices that gradually accustomed the mind to holding larger and larger perspectives, until perhaps a student might be ready for the totality that the shard revealed. But even his best students, even those who had practiced for decades, even those who seemed to possess unusual stability and groundedness, even they sometimes broke when they touched the shard, sometimes could not hold what it showed them, sometimes returned from the experience diminished rather than expanded, traumatized by awareness they were not ready to integrate, damaged by truth they were not equipped to bear. Theron grew discouraged, began to question whether the shard should be accessible at all, whether perhaps it should be sealed away, protected from those who would harm themselves by approaching it before they were ready. But how could anyone be ready? How could limited consciousness prepare itself for unlimited consciousness? How could the drop prepare to remember it was ocean? He brought this question to the shard itself, stood before it in meditation, not touching it, not seeking expansion but seeking guidance, seeking wisdom about whether the work he was doing served the Force or violated it, whether he was helping beings grow or leading them toward destruction. And the shard, though it could not speak, though it had no voice or language or any means of communication except the direct transmission of experience, somehow responded. Theron felt understanding pour into him, not as thought but as knowing that transcended thought. The shard was not teaching tool, was not meant to be approached safely, comfortably, with proper preparation that made expansion manageable and integrable. It was reminder, was call, was invitation to recognize that you were already vast, already connected, already part of the whole, and that all preparation and technique and practice were really just ways of avoiding that recognition, of maintaining the comfortable illusion of separation for a few more years or decades or lifetimes. Some would break encountering that truth. That was not failure. That was what needed to happen for those particular consciousnesses at that particular moment. The breaking was itself teaching, was itself transformation, was itself the Force working through forms it had created for purposes that might not be apparent from inside those forms, but that served the larger pattern, the cosmic unfolding that included suffering and healing and all the experiences between as necessary elements of consciousness, learning what it needed to learn about itself. Theron understood then that his role was not to protect students from the shard, but to witness them as they approached it, to hold space for whatever happened, to honor both the transformations and the breakings as equally valid expressions of the Force's work through individual lives. As millennia passed, as civilizations rose and fell, as the galaxy turned through ages of expansion and consolidation and collapse, the shard remained. Its keepers changed, different orders, different traditions, different philosophies about what the fragment represented and how it should be approached. Sometimes it was treated as holy relic, object of worship, source of spiritual power that could be channeled through ritual and prayer. Other times it was studied as curiosity, as xenoarchaeological artifact whose properties might reveal something about the galaxy's deep history, about the origins of force sensitivity, about the nature of consciousness itself. The Jedi, when they encountered the Shard during their expansion across the galaxy, were deeply conflicted about what to do with it. Some masters argued it should be brought to Coruscant, placed in the temple's deepest vaults, protected and studied by those trained to understand such artifacts. Others insisted it should be left where it was, that moving it would be disrespectful, would violate the sanctity of the site, would risk releasing or disrupting whatever energies the Shard contained or connected to. A compromise was reached. The Shard would remain in its original location, but the Jedi would establish a temple nearby, would maintain guardianship, Maho would regulate access, would ensure that only those deemed ready by the Council could approach it. This arrangement lasted for centuries, though not without tensions between the Guardian Jedi and the local Force traditions who had been tending the Shard for generations before the Jedi arrived, with their institutional authority and their certainty that they understood the Force better than anyone else. During this period, a young Jedi Knight named Bastila Kora was assigned to the temple near the Shard as punishment for questioning the Council's decisions, for speaking too freely about her doubts regarding Jedi involvement in galactic politics, for suggesting that perhaps the Order had lost sight of its original purpose and become too enmeshed in Republic affairs to serve the Force clearly. She approached the guardianship as exile, as banishment to the edges of Jedi space where her inconvenient questions would not disturb the comfortable certainties that sustained the Order's institutional identity. But within weeks of arrival, she felt drawn to the Shard, felt it calling to her in ways that suggested her assignment here was not punishment, but opportunity. Not exile, but homecoming. Not banishment, but invitation to encounter something that would answer questions she did not yet know how to ask. She meditated near the Shard for months before touching it, following protocols that required extensive preparation, that insisted on certain mental states and spiritual readiness before direct contact was permitted. But the protocols felt artificial to her, felt like ways of maintaining control, of domesticating the wild power that radiated from the fragment, of making manageable what was fundamentally unmanageable, of pretending that you could approach cosmic consciousness on your own terms when really cosmic consciousness approached you on its terms, and your only choice was whether to open or resist when it arrived. She touched the Shard on the anniversary of her arrival at midnight, alone, violating every protocol and safety measure that centuries of guardianship had established. And she experienced what others had experienced, expansion so rapid and total that self dissolved, boundaries evaporated, everything she had thought she was revealed itself as story, as construct, as convenient fiction that consciousness told itself to make navigation of physical reality possible, but that had no more absolute reality than characters in dreams have reality independent of the dreamer. She saw the Jedi Order as the prime world might see it, as collection of consciousnesses who had forgotten their unity, who believed themselves separate from each other and from the Force they claimed to serve, who had built elaborate structures of doctrine and hierarchy and regulation to maintain that illusion of separation, because separation allowed for control, for power, for the sense of agency that came from believing you could choose, could decide, could impose your will on reality through discipline and training and the proper application of technique. She saw that the Order was both necessary and limiting, both valuable and constraining, both serving the Force and blocking the Force depending on the moment and the context and what the Force needed to accomplish through the particular situation. She saw that her role was neither to support the Order uncritically nor to oppose it completely, but to hold space within it for questioning, for flexibility, for the reminder that all institutions are temporary and all doctrines are provisional and all certainties are really just high probability guesses that might be wrong in ways that will only become apparent when circumstances change enough to reveal their limitations. When she removed her hand from the Shard, when she crashed back into individual consciousness and felt the boundaries of self re-establish themselves like walls rising after a flood, she wept. Wept for the loss of that unity, that vastness, that certainty of connection. But she also felt gratitude for the individual perspective that made weeping possible, that made love possible, that made all the particular experiences of embodied consciousness possible in ways they could not be possible from the unified perspective, where everything was known simultaneously, and therefore nothing could be discovered, nothing could surprise, nothing could break your heart because there were no separate hearts to break. The Shard witnessed the Clone Wars from its remote location, felt through the Force the deaths of millions, the agony of a galaxy tearing itself apart. The Guardian Jedi were recalled to Coruscant, to the battlefronts, to assignments where their combat skills could be used in service of the Republic's survival. The temple near the Shard was largely abandoned, left with minimal staff, forgotten in the press of more urgent concerns. During this period, the Shard was alone for the first time in millennia. No pilgrims came, no guardians maintained the grounds, no students approached seeking expansion or transformation or remembering of their connection to the prime world and through it to all things. The fragment sat in its chamber, radiating presence to empty air, holding its teaching for no one, waiting with patience that only things can have that exist outside time, that experience duration differently than beings trapped in linear causality, moving always from past toward future, unable to experience the eternal present where all moments exist simultaneously. But alone did not mean unobserved. The Force itself was always observing, always present, always aware of the Shard and what it represented and why it mattered that fragments of the prime world remained scattered across the galaxy, serving as anchors, as reminders, as points where consciousness could remember its origins and its nature and its purpose in taking on individual forms that seemed separate but never truly were. When Order 686 was executed, when the Jedi were betrayed by their clone troopers and slaughtered across the galaxy, the Shard felt the disturbance, felt the sudden severance of thousands of connections as consciousness after consciousness was forcibly returned to the unified field from which it had temporarily emerged. The deaths were not tragedy from the Shard's perspective that held all time simultaneously, that saw births and deaths as equivalent transformations, as consciousness changing forms without changing essence. But the violence was noted, was held in the vast awareness that the Shard embodied or connected to, was added to the accumulated experience that fragments of the prime world had been gathering since they first dispersed across the galaxy, teaching and witnessing and serving as repositories for the lessons that embodied consciousness learned through its endless experiments with separation and return. A few Jedi survivors found their way to the Shard during the dark years of Imperial rule. They came seeking refuge, seeking meaning, seeking some explanation for why the Force had permitted such catastrophe, why the Order they served had been allowed to fall, why everything they believed had proven inadequate when tested against the dark side's patient, methodical assault. The Shard offered no comfort, did not tell them their suffering was meaningful or that the Order's fall served some grand purpose. Instead, it showed them what it always showed, that their suffering and meaning were categories they imposed on experience, that the Force itself did not distinguish between triumph and catastrophe, between survival and extinction, between the Jedi continuing and the Jedi ending. All were transformations. All were consciousness exploring itself through different configurations. All were exactly what needed to happen in the sense that all were what was happening, and reality was, by definition, composed entirely of what was happening rather than what should happen or what might have happened if choices had been different. This teaching was hard for the surviving Jedi to accept. They wanted reassurance, wanted to be told their suffering mattered, wanted cosmic validation that they had been right and the Sith wrong. That light would eventually triumph over darkness, that their sacrifices would be vindicated by future victory. The Shard offered none of this, offered instead the truth that light and dark were perspectives, that triumph and defeat were judgments, that validation came from within or not at all because the universe itself was neutral, was impartial, was simply the Force experiencing itself through every possible variation, regardless of whether those variations brought pleasure or pain to the particular configurations of consciousness that experienced them. Some of the survivors rejected this teaching, found it nihilistic, found it incompatible with the Jedi Code's insistence on service and compassion and the fight against injustice. They left angry, disappointed, feeling betrayed by the Shard's refusal to confirm their beliefs about the Force and their role in serving it. But others stayed, meditated near the Shard for months or years, Let it slowly reshape their understanding not through argument or persuasion, but through repeated exposure to the vast perspective it offered, the view from outside individual concerns where all events were simply events. All choices were simply choices. All outcomes were simply outcomes without the moral weight that human judgments imposed on them. These survivors became something new, something that was neither quite Jedi nor quite anything else. They served where service was needed, but without attachment to outcomes. They fought injustice when the opportunity arose, but without the certainty that justice was cosmically guaranteed or that their efforts would necessarily succeed. They helped beings in pain because compassion was their nature, was what the Force expressed through their particular configuration. Not because they believed helping would earn them anything or accomplish any grand purpose or vindicate any ultimate meaning. They became, in a sense, embodiments of what the Shard taught. Consciousness that remembered its connection to everything while still operating through individual form. Awareness that held both the absolute perspective where nothing mattered and the relative perspective where everything mattered. Beings who could act with full commitment while knowing that commitment itself was choice rather than obligation. Performance rather than essence, something they were doing rather than something they were. When the Empire fell and the New Republic rose, when Luke Skywalker began rebuilding the Jedi Order, scholars brought to his attention the legends of the Prime World and its fragments, suggested that finding the Shard might provide insight into the Force's deep history, might offer teachings that would help the New Order avoid the mistakes that had led to the previous Order's fall. Luke authorized an expedition, sent teams of researchers and Force sensitives to investigate the legends, to search the worlds where the Shard was rumored to rest. They found the abandoned temple, found evidence of ancient guardianship, found texts and artifacts that confirmed the Shard's existence, but they did not find the Shard itself. The chamber where it had rested for millennia was empty. No sign of theft or removal, no evidence of destruction. The fragment had simply disappeared, vanished as completely as if it had never existed, leaving behind only the echo of its presence, the sense that something vast and significant had been there and was there no longer. The researchers debated what might have happened. Had the Shard been moved? Had it dissolved back into the Force from which it came? Had it been a metaphor all along, a symbolic representation of teachings rather than actual physical object? Or had it simply decided, if fragments of the Prime World could be said to decide anything, that its time in that location had ended, that it was needed elsewhere, that the lessons it taught were better taught through absence than presence, better learned through seeking than finding, better understood through the longing it created than the satisfaction it might provide if actually encountered? Luke came to the site himself eventually, stood in the empty chamber, reached out with the Force seeking some trace, some echo, some indication of where the Shard had gone or whether it had truly existed at all. And he felt something, not the Shard itself, but what the Shard had left behind, an imprint in the Force that was like footprint in sand or shadow burned into stone. A presence that was also absent, a teaching that said the object itself had never been the point. That what mattered was what the object represented, what it pointed toward, what it helped consciousness remember about its own nature. He understood then that the Shard's disappearance was itself teaching, was itself the fragment continuing its work in new form. Beings could no longer approach it seeking transformation, seeking expansion, seeking the experience of unity that touching it provided. Instead, they would have to find that unity within themselves, through their own practice, through their own willingness to remember what the Shard had been reminding beings of for countless generations. That separation was illusion. That individual consciousness was temporary configuration of something that had never been divided. That the journey toward the Prime World was really journey toward your own depths, toward the core of being where your individual awareness dissolved into the vast awareness from which it had temporarily emerged. The Shard of the Prime World rests now in unknown location, or exists now in no location, or has returned to the Prime World itself if such a place exists anywhere other than in metaphor and myth. Its physical form may be gone, but its teaching persists. In the texts that describe it, in the legends that preserve its story, in the consciousness of those who remember that before all the complexity and conflict of galactic civilization, before all the debates about light and dark and proper use of the Force, there was unity, there was wholeness, there was the simple fact of consciousness awake to itself and marveling at its own existence. That teaching continues in everyone who pauses in the midst of their busy lives, in the midst of their important concerns and urgent tasks, who pauses and asks, what am I really? Beneath the name and the story and the roles I play, beneath the personality and the memories and the accumulated experiences that define my sense of self, what remains? What is the consciousness that experiences all of this, that holds all of this, that witnesses all of this without being reducible to any of it? These questions are the shards questions, are the prime world speaking through every being who wonders about their nature, who seeks their origins, who feels dimly that they are both more and less than what they appear to be, both vaster and smaller than the self they normally inhabit, both individual wave and infinite ocean simultaneously. The fragments of the prime world were always really fragments of yourself, pieces of consciousness that you had split off and projected outward, encountering as external object what was really internal truth, seeking in ancient artifact what was really your own deepest nature waiting to be remembered, recognized, reclaimed as what you had always been beneath the temporary forgetting, that individuation required, that separation necessitated, that embodied existence demanded, as price of admission to the particular experiences that can only be had when consciousness believes itself to be limited, to be mortal, to be small temporary thing struggling to survive in vast impersonal universe. But you are not small, not temporary, not separate from what you seek. You are the prime world, examining itself from one more angle, consciousness taking one more form, the force experiencing itself through your particular configuration of matter and awareness and the lifetime of experiences that define your journey from birth to death and whatever lies beyond death. If consciousness continues or whatever does not lie beyond death, if consciousness ends, but either way, the journey matters. While it lasts, matters completely. Matters in ways that transcend survival or success or any of the outcomes we normally use to measure whether lives were worth living. Rest now in that knowing. Let the shard teach you through its absence what it once taught through presence, that you are connected, are whole, are part of something so vast that your mind cannot hold it, but your heart knows it, recognizes it, remembers it from before you were born and will return to it after you die, and might even be experiencing it right now in the spaces between thoughts, in the silence that holds all sound, in the emptiness that is really fullness, really presence, really the ground of being from which all individual beings emerge and to which all eventually return, completing circles, closing loops, coming home to what they never actually left because leaving was always illusion. Always the game consciousness plays with itself when it wants to experience reunion, wants to feel the joy of recognition, wants to know itself through the mirror of apparent separation that makes knowing possible, makes love possible, makes all the particular beauties of individual existence available in ways they could not be available from the unified perspective where everything is already known, already loved, already complete. If this story brought you peace tonight, let the Force guide your dreams, and join us again for another tale from the galaxy far, far away. Subscribe to Dream Lore, and may the Force be with you always.